This house now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. The floor is still open for debate. I recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Lusard Smith.
Yes, I'm ready. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to our listening audience. It's on now? Yes. Good afternoon again. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to make my contribution to the debate on the 2026 budget of the Virgin Islands. I begin, Madam Speaker, by expressing my sincere thanks and appreciation to everyone who contributed to bringing us to this important stage of debating the budget. The budgetary process is both comprehensive and deliberate. It begins with the submission of budget requests by all ministries and departments, and these requests are then compiled by the Ministry of Finance into what is known as Draft Budget A. Following this, the budget address is delivered on Budget Day, where the government, through the Honorable Premier, outlines its priorities, focus, and plans for the year 2026. Thereafter, standing finance takes place. Now, this is a critical stage of the process, during which all ministries, departments, and statutory boards appear before this Honorable House of Assembly to defend their allocations and, where necessary, lobby for additional funds not reflected in Draft A budget. At the conclusion of standing finance, Draft B is presented, incorporating any approved amendments arising from that process. Today, Madam Speaker, we are at the stage where members of the House of Assembly make their contributions and thereafter go into committee stage before the budget is ultimately passed. I have listened keenly to the contributions of the previous speakers on both sides of the aisle, and as expected, there are different perspectives on the budget. This, Madam Speaker, underscores the justification for the adjustments made from the original projected budget range of $550 million to $562 million. Now, these adjustments resulted from, among other factors, approved amendments to requests made during standing finance. And in some cases, these requests were supported by the majority of members. In other words, Madam Speaker, the purpose of standing finance and having all these ministries and departments and statutory bodies come before us during the standing finance committee stage is to present themselves and to justify the budgets that they've submitted and to request additional funds if necessary. And they have to give reasons, they have to explain themselves, and then members will decide whether they will support or not support these adjustments. And hence, we may see a change from when the budget address was presented with an amount, and then today we have a different amount. Madam Speaker, the year 2025 has seen several major achievements for the territory. 21 bills were passed in this Honorable House. Significant progress was made on the constitutional reform with the completion of the debate and committee stage. The report from that process is currently being finalized and will be published, after which a committee will be selected to engage the United Kingdom on negotiations toward a new constitution. We also commemorated the 75th anniversary of the restoration of the Legislative Council, now recognized as a House of Assembly, in grand style, may I say, Madam Speaker. More importantly, these celebrations heightened public awareness of the importance of this historic milestone in our democratic development. Additionally, the order in council that had loomed over the territory since 2022, I believe, was lifted. And just days ago, we were informed that it will be formally lifted in March of 2026. This is a profoundly significant achievement for the Virgin Islands, as it allows us to build further on our governance reforms and advance discussions around self-determination. Madam Speaker, one of the activities I want to highlight, a week of activities that I want to highlight, and it is more fitting at this time that I highlight it, is that the first ever diplomatic week of activities was held the week of October 18th to 25th under the theme From Island Shore to Global Shores, Island Shores to Global Shores. And the purpose of staging this week of activities was to educate the public on the importance of building relationships on the international arena. Diplomacy, in essence, is the art of communicating, particularly on the international scene or the international arena. There's been a lot of disgruntled comments about the government traveling too much, and I believe this week of activities wanted to highlight the importance of traveling and why it's important for members of government to travel despite the cost, because you can't be diplomatic or you can't build relationship from Zoom, as some have suggested, and why it's important to build relationship, be able to communicate, be able to face that person, shake a hand, and develop relationships. So diplomacy, in essence, is the art of communicating, as I said, particularly on the international scene. Now, through diplomacy, there's an expected manner of behavior or a tactful or respectful way to get your message across or achieve a goal. There are many times, yes, you want to lash out, but we must use diplomacy to achieve our ultimate goal. And as leaders, no matter what level of leadership, or as a leader, no matter what level of leadership you are at, you are required to have and display diplomacy. So diplomacy is not just for the international arena. It is for home as well. As the cliche states, charity begins at home. Now, if you can't display diplomacy at home, will you do it outside, whether you're in the region or internationally? The desire to put hard jabs at the Honorable Premier, leader of the country, is not appropriate in my view. And this is my view because I speak for myself. In the manner of which the leader of the opposition did so on Tuesday and have done so many, many other times, it is not fitting for someone who aspires to be head of government in our political situation here in our country, and I believe in other countries because we do follow the Westminster system. If you're a leader of a party and your government should win, you become the leader of government. So with that being said, I really, really trust that going forward that we will do much, much better when it comes to addressing ourselves, wanting to be heard, and wanting to be able to communicate what we want to say, but not necessarily with harsh words in disrespectful ways, especially as leaders of the country. Madam Speaker, I do trust, yes, that we will be doing better from henceforth. Madam Speaker, there were many other achievements. They were already mentioned and highlighted by previous speakers, but I felt it necessary to restate some of them. I will now focus on the contributions on areas under my responsibility, Madam Speaker: tourism, culture, and in particular the Rotown Development Public-Private Partnership. Tourism, Madam Speaker, as we all know, continues to be the lifeblood of our economy with financial services. In January, the territory successfully hosted a tourism summit, which called for the development of a national tourism policy and a tourism plan. I am pleased to report that the draft Virgin Islands National Tourism Policy 2025 to 2035 is currently under review following an extensive consultation process. Further to this, a request for proposals, RFP, for the development and execution of the Virgin Islands Tourism Strategy was published on the 6th November 2025 with a submission deadline of December 22nd, 2025. This RFP seeks qualified firms with proven expertise in strategic planning, tourism development, and project execution to help shape the future of tourism in the Virgin Islands. The selected firm will be expected to deliver a comprehensive strategy that enhances our global competitiveness, sustainability, and overall visitor experience. Madam Speaker, efforts are also underway to separate the product department unit from the BVI Tourist Board and transfer that function and staff to the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sustainable Development. This realignment will allow the BVI Tourist Board to focus squarely on marketing and promotion of the destination, while the ministry strengthens product development and industry support. The territory also successfully hosted the Caribbean Tourism Organization's Tourism Human Resource Conference from 28th to the 31st October. By all accounts, the conference was a resounding success and had a positive impact on the territory. I commend and thank the organizing committee for their excellent work. Madam Speaker, the Uba Soca Cruise event was another major success, despite the many logistical challenges involved. Over 3,000 visitors came ashore and experienced the Virgin Islands, albeit briefly. I am confident that the warm Virgin Islands welcome they received will encourage many of them to return as overnight guests. I firmly believe that the Virgin Islands can attract visitors from all walks of life, and we must continue to ensure that our tourism product is inclusive and welcoming. Attempting to judge someone by their appearance, whether it's their skin color or where they're from, is synonymous with discrimination. Work has already begun on developing programs and incentives aimed at converting cruise ship passengers into overnight visitors. And I also wish to thank everyone who played a role in ensuring the success of this event. We received rave reviews, with many describing it as the best stop in the 11-year history of the Uba Soca Cruise. Exposure for our local artists and the territory was tremendous on board the ship, and in particularly on social media. At the time, I was informed that via Instagram, there were over 2 million viewers. That is impressive, and that is something that money can't buy on social media, to have that amount of viewers, and I believe there might have been more. It's just that at that time, I was informed. And social media, as we all know, plays a very pivotal role as a promotion of destinations as well. Madam Speaker, in addition to additional information that I would like to share about our tourism industry, in 2024, the BVI surpassed the 1 million visitor mark for the second time in history. And why I mentioned 2024, just to base that on 2025, the performance through the first three quarters of 2025 compared to the same time period in 2024 showed year-over-year increases in all three main arrival categories. For cruise, there was a 6.8% increase, overnight 2.2%, day trippers 47.7%, for an overall increase in arrivals of 6.1%. Growth is expected to be driven by the reopening of hotels, strong marketing and PR, the travel trades being aware of destination updates, improved airlift, high bookings in the yachting sector, and pent-up demand for travel. Now this one, I believe, information is going to be very, very pleasing to all. The British Virgin Islands, long known as the sailing capital of the world, and we have a lot of competition out there who are saying they are the sailing capital of the world, or they are the sailing capital of the Caribbean. What is most important to share today is that we have secured trademarks documenting this destination. So we have 3 trademarks. 1, the British Virgin Islands, sailing capital of the world, TM, that little TM. British Virgin Islands, the undisputed sailing capital of the Caribbean, TM, and the British Virgin Islands, sailing capital of the Caribbean, TM. That is impressive. I'd just like to share some accolades and recognitions before I move on, Madam Speaker. BVI ranked 4th in the islands of the Caribbean and Atlantic in Condé Nast Traveller UK's 2025 Reader's Choice Awards. BVI ranked number 2 in the Caribbean and Atlantic in Condé Nast Traveller's US 2025 Reader's Choice Awards. BVI made the New York Times 52 Places to Go in 2025 list. BVI named one of the top islands in the Caribbean, Bermuda, and the Bahamas in Travel and Leisure World's Best Awards. The British Virgin Islands named Hottest Destination of 2025 in Modern Luxury's 2025 Best of Luxury Travel Awards. Travel and Leisure World's Best Awards 2024, Virgin Gorda ranked number 18, and Justin Dyke ranked number 21 in Travel and Leisure Readers' 25 Favorite Islands in the Caribbean, Bermuda, and the Bahamas of 2024. And just yesterday, Madam Speaker, there's a flyer being circulated that the BVI from the U.S. News and World Report's Best Vacation Rankings, the BVI ranked number 2 for the best places to visit in the Caribbean for 2026. Now, going forward to discuss a little bit about culture, I want to share, Madam Speaker, that with respect to culture, work continues on the development of the territory's tangible heritage sector, including historical sites and the National Museum. The department, under the leadership of the Director of Culture, has undertaken extensive work in this area. A detailed report has been produced identifying key challenges and proposing solutions aligned with the strategic objectives outlined in the Virgin Islands Culture and Heritage Policy and Strategy. This work will guide future investment and preservation efforts to ensure our heritage is protected and meaningfully shared with residents and visitors alike. Carafesta 16, the BVI participated in Carafesta 16, which was held in Barbados from the 22nd to the 31st of August. Honorable Premier and myself, when he left, led a delegation of 53 members, including a team from the BVI Tourist Board. Carafesta, the Caribbean Festival of Arts, is an opportunity to showcase the territory's culture and arts in music, literary arts, performing arts through dance, and visual and pottery art. The delegation included a small group of young people who participated in a separately designed program for them. In the essence of time, Madam Speaker, I just mentioned the Rotown Public-Private Partnership. With respect to the Rotown Public-Private Partnership Framework, discussions continue with the committee and planning continue as we work toward a revitalized capital that reflects the aspirations of our people and supports economic activity. Updates from recent stakeholder engagements will continue to inform the next phases of this important initiative. A master plan of Rotown bids are out. A master plan for Rotown bids are out and are due to be submitted on the 6th January 2026. A bidders conference was held 2 weeks ago, and interest has been received so far from local firms and from firms within the region. The master plan, of course, will assist tremendously in defining a fundraising strategy. It will give donors options and details prior to them deciding which project they wish to donate to, and it will also give government the same opportunity to provide the funds and/or match the donors' contributions. Plans for 2026, Madam Speaker. There are a number of activities planned that will enhance the territory's cultural preservation efforts and tourism product development. Government plans to restore the Sugar Works Museum and the old administration building, which will be turned into a museum as well. The revival of the Dolores Christopher Festival of Arts, the reform of the Emancipation Festival. The Emancipation Festival forum that was planned during Culture and Tourism Month did not materialize, but it is anticipated that in early January this will take place. There are a number of decisions, Madam Speaker, that needs to be made pertaining to our Emancipation Festival, and we need to have the public's review and the public's views on these necessary changes that needs to be taken. After all, it is the festival of the people. It is our Emancipation from Slavery Festival, and we would want to have the public's views and their interaction before these very important and maybe some hard choice decisions that have to be taken in order for us to enhance our festival. Recognizing that festival activities are also part of our tourism product, and it will definitely needs to be pushed more to enhance visitor arrivals during that time. So conscientious efforts will be made to restore our traditional art forms such as dance and music by the decision taken to hire consultants that will help us to rebuild these art forms, traditional art forms, particularly our dance and our fungi music, and to steel pan as well. And there's also going to be the observation of the 100th anniversary of the sinking of the vessel, the Fancy. This will take place. Madam Speaker, I hear the cries from various sources on the uncleanliness of our capital. Believe you me, I get it from all sides. And there is a lot of work taking place behind the scenes to put in place permanent plans to clean up the capital and to maintain that cleanliness. Discussions are ongoing with the relevant agencies. I do not wish to report now because we should have been able to announce the plans that we have between the City Manager's Office and the Department of Waste Management, because we have just received a new director for the Department of Waste Management, and he needs to be informed. We're going to pull that back until January of next year, and we will announce our decisions as to how these two entities are going to work together to maintain the city's cleanliness. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with going on social media and displaying or announcing how our territory is unclean and using such words as filthy. I take offense to that, Madam Speaker, because we are diligently working to get this matter under control, especially with the derelict vehicles. The derelict vehicles, yes, the Department of Waste Management is waiting to have a site to place these derelict vehicles. Until that has happened, the derelict vehicles remain. But the effort is there. The plans are there, and we will see some results at the end of our planning. I do agree with Honorable Skelton that there's a need for a permanent maintenance team, and if possible, we can get permanent maintenance teams in every district. That will be ideal. But until we get to that point, what I would like to plead with the general public, do your part. Don't wait until you see or you say that there's a can or garbage bin that's 10 minutes down the road and then come and complain about it. Do your part, especially those persons that have private land, keep your property clean. Mechanics that are going to use the public spaces to just do the mechanic work and then leave your shelled vehicles for the government to clean up. You know, just have some pride. Have some pride in yourselves. Have some pride in this territory, and help to keep it clean. Help to keep it tidy, so that nobody will be going on Facebook and saying how filthy our territory is. And the fact of the matter is, I don't think it's filthy. It is unclean, it is untidy, there's a lot of work to do, but filthy is a bit strong, and I wouldn't use it. I really wouldn't use it because, not to be comparing ourselves to anyone else. Some people say our place is clean. Our visitors come and say we are one of the cleaner destinations that they have been to. So we're not all that bad. Yes, we have a lot of work to do, and we will get it done. Now, Queen Elizabeth Park, there's been some issues, there's been some complaints about the grass not being cut on time. I am pleased to say that this park from henceforth, hopefully from 2026, will get much needed attention that it deserves, because the decision was taken that it will be transferred to the National Parks Trust, where it will be maintained and managed. And I trust that this will not take too long to take place. The South Island dock was destroyed in 2017 during the Hurricane Irma, and this will be rebuilt through the Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change. My colleague, Honorable Fraser, has assured me that this will be done in 2026. The discussions of returning the Rotown Senior Citizens Program in Rotown is also taking place, and I will be pushing for that. We do have some seniors. Yes, we appreciate the Western Senior Citizens Program for accommodating the senior citizens from Rotown and other areas due to the lack of a space in Rotown to house the senior citizens program. But I look forward to them returning home into Rotown where they belong. Road rehabilitation will continue to take place in the District 4. To name a few: Dungeon Road, Ferrara Road, Russell Hill Road, McNamara Road, Wayland Road, Porter Road, and the road at the Noah Lloyd Drive. The Georges Hollow Road has been completed and rails are now being mounted. So we look forward to ease of traffic, ease of driving in Rotown and elsewhere as well. The other developments that I wish to share that are listed in the budget, Madam Speaker, because to me they are important. The construction of the new festival grounds. The desire is to move the festival grounds from its current venue to behind the ROT O'Neill Administration Complex, and that's the cost of $2 million. The Cultural Village in Carrot Bay, I'm looking forward to that. There was a cost of $500,000. And constructions of nature trails also on the west, $220,000. Rotown Development Partnership Project receives another $500,000. The Immigration Detention Center, I think that is so important, $600,000. And the derelict marine vessel removal, something we have been trying, I believe, since 2023, $300,000. The National Library, I think the design, $250,000. Elmo Stout High School, whatever they're doing, $1 million. And the Long Look Social Home Complex, $1.8 million. And of course, I do agree with the polyclinics on Jocelyn Dyke and in West End, each receiving $50,000. Madam Speaker, the 2026 budget represents a continuation of our efforts to stabilize, reform, and position the Virgin Islands for sustainable growth. While challenges remain, there is a clear evidence of progress, commitment, and vision. I wish to extend, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up my contribution today, I wish to extend season's greetings to you and your family, to the staff, your staff, and to their families, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and their families, and to the entire BVI community with special greetings to the residents of District 4. Once again, Madam Speaker, I express thanks and appreciation for the lighting up of the town through Elton Leonard and Bobby's Marketplace. But I also want to recognize the Lions Club of Tortola for starting off the lighting of the Christmas events with the Christmas tree in the Sir Oliver George's Plaza. The Rotary Clubs, I believe they did, of course, the roundabout, the Pear Park, and the Purcell Estate roundabout, and the Vanterpool Pharmacy, and of course, any other business or individual that have contributed to sharing Christmas joy through Christmas lights. And it's not too late to add more, especially now that we have a savings in our bill for December of 2025, but we won't pay until January of 2026. There's still opportunities, and Christmas is until next year, so we encourage others to light up the place, because it is a joy to see the lights. And I do must say, Honorable Fraser, you're looking pretty good down there in the well in Seacows Bay. Beautiful as well. So I once again extend sincere condolences to families who have lost loved ones. May they find comfort, solace, and peace during this time of bereavement, especially around Christmas, and those who will be observing Christmas for the first time without a loved one. And finally, Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to invite everyone to Christmas in Longbush. Christmas activities on Christmas Day after you have woken up, exchanged gifts, maybe had something to eat. You can come on down to Christmas in Longbush, where activities start at 1, and yes, we were able to pull it off this year. Well, I should say the committee was able to pull it off this year with a parade, which will start at 3. We do have some entries. Now, there will be some vendors. There will be activities for the kiddies. The parade, as I mentioned, plans to be a very fun-filled family day. And there, of course, will be music, entertainment. So come on out on Christmas Day. Christmas in Longbush activities awaits you to add to what you have planned for your day. With all that said, Madam Speaker, I thank you once again for this opportunity. God bless you. God bless our beautiful Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Honorable. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari De Castro.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to begin today with a simple truth that has guided every decision that we have made in education over my tenure. I remember saying this to my teachers early on. You can't get change if you give exact. But if you give more, you get change. Madam Speaker, that is not just a slogan to me. It is an economic truth, it is a leadership truth, and it is also an education truth. Because, Madam Speaker, when you give the exact amount, systems may function, but nothing fundamentally changes. But when you give more, intentionally, strategically, consistently, something comes back. That return, Madam Speaker, is called change. And today, Madam Speaker, I rise to demonstrate clearly that the change we are seeing across education, youth development, and sports is not accidental. It is a direct result of a government that chose not to give exact, but to give more. Madam Speaker, before I go further, I want to address a narrative that sometimes finds its way into public discourse. The idea that education is somehow being carried primarily by the private sector. Madam Speaker, let me be very clear. The government of the Virgin Islands remains the single largest investor in education, youth, and sports development in the Virgin Islands. Every teacher hired, every classroom repaired, every youth program sustained, every sports initiative delivered, these are funded first and foremost by public investment. Madam Speaker, of course, we welcome private sector partnership. We've seen an increase in it, but partnership works best when government leads. And Madam Speaker, this government has led. Madam Speaker, when we examine the pre-hurricane period, I want to give some context. I want to give some figures. When we look at that 2011 to 2017 period, I remember raising this before in a previous debate, the average annual education budget was about $50.5 million, around there. I restate that today, Madam Speaker, not as a criticism of the past, but really as a contextual benchmark, so that you can see where we are and where we're going. Madam Speaker, I believe that context matters because it allows us to understand how significant the present moment truly is. Madam Speaker, when the current government assumed office in 2019, it did so amidst post-hurricane recovery and soon after a global pandemic struck. The early years of this administration were therefore focused on stabilization and recovery. However, Madam Speaker, from 2022 onward, the focus shifted. And in 2023, the first budget I advocated for as Minister for Education, we agreed as a government on 3 clear priorities: infrastructure, resources, and professional development. Madam Speaker, 2024 to 2026 is where history bends a bit. So if we look at 2024, the education budget stood at approximately $57 million. In 2026, Madam Speaker, the estimates before this House allocate $77 million to education. That is a $20 million increase in just 2 budget cycles, representing 35% growth. In 2025, the budget rose to $67.4 million, and in 2026, rising to $77 million. Madam Speaker, this is not a spike, it is a shift. I'll give some explanation on how we've strategically got into this point. Madam Speaker, let's look at infrastructure first. Following the completion of structural assessments on every public school campus, the ministry shifted deliberately to a phased and priority-based approach to school rehabilitation. Based on those assessments that we received, major rehabilitation work carried out across public schools in 2025, and they'll continue in 2026. Madam Speaker, these works include waterproofing roofs and sealing buildings to address water intrusion, reinforcing walls and standardizing windows and doors, upgrading plumbing, sewage, and electrical systems, installing generators and solar support, renovating restrooms, improving air quality, installation of air conditioning units, and restoring water systems. Madam Speaker, also the rebuilding of fencing, upgrading of lighting, installing of CCTV, and enhancing recreational spaces. This approach, Madam Speaker, ensures that improvements are strategic, targeted, and sustainable. Madam Speaker, the flagship accomplishment of 2025, the most significant one this year, was the completion of the Eslin Henley Richey Learning Center, the first purpose-built special education school in the OECS region. This facility is more than a building, Madam Speaker. It is a statement of inclusion, dignity, and equity. And Madam Speaker, when you go and you visit and you meet with the principal, the teachers, the students, you see the pure joy and admiration and gratitude that they feel for that investment. Madam Speaker, this school was intentionally designed to meet the needs of our diverse learning, mobility, and therapeutic needs of our students. And Madam Speaker, of course, we've also provided educators and staff with the appropriate support through purpose-built spaces to deliver high-quality instruction and care. We have our therapeutic and sensory room. We have a nurse's station. A nurse will be assigned to the Eslin Henley Richey Learning Center come 2026. We have created a new position, we'll advertise, and we'll make sure that we have those services. We also created an occupational therapist as well as a behavioral specialist position that will support that school as well. Madam Speaker, a clear phased pathway has been created on the primary level. Rehabilitative works have been delivered through deliberate phases guided by need and scope. Francis Letton Primary School was among the first to undergo comprehensive upgrades, establishing the initial framework for system-wide rehabilitation early on in 2023. And we then moved on to the Enos Adams Primary School, continuing that structured and intentional approach. In 2025, Madam Speaker, the Joy Samuel Primary School received the largest overall scope of rehabilitative works among primary schools across the territory. That was the school that was in dire need of attention. And so that campus was completely redone, including full roofing, redone new windows and doors, upgraded sewage and plumbing system, full air conditioning installation in all rooms, construction of a new basketball court, and installation of water storage tank to make sure that we have resilience. That level of work, Madam Speaker, reflects a deep holistic rehabilitation, not just surface repairs. And Madam Speaker, each year we are ensuring that we focus strategically on our specific schools based on our assessments to be able to upgrade wholesale over a period of time. Madam Speaker, alongside these major projects, significant improvements have also been delivered at the Willard Wheatley Primary School, the Alexandrina Maduro Primary School, and the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School. These works include structural repairs, safety upgrades, and improvements to learning and recreational spaces, ensuring that progress is system-wide, not isolated to a single campus. So the major works that I spoke about above in terms of new windows and doors and so forth would have been extended to 5 schools that post-Hurricanes Irma and Maria was still in disarray and needed those significant upgrades. Madam Speaker, alongside our structured rehabilitation program, the ministry has placed strong emphasis on direct engagement and responsiveness. We continue to conduct annual school visits, Mr. Speaker, meeting with school leadership, teachers, and students in order to decide where we will go. Mr. Speaker, I tell my team all the time, I go into schools because when I see, I can't unsee. And it agitates me to the point of seeking to create the change that is required across our schools. So, Madam Speaker, out of these school visits, specific priorities and projects were submitted by the schools, and so I have a list of few of the areas that we ensured that we targeted due to their submissions. Madam Speaker, at the Leonora Delville Primary School, we did some remedial works in 2025, but based on the direct request of the school, the project that I want to highlight is a brand new playground that was installed there, supporting student well-being and physical development. At the Enid Scatliff Primary School, pre-primary school, remedial works continued this year as well. Our intention for next year is to advance those rehabilitative works in 2026, including the installation of a new playground to support pre-primary students as well as the students from the Eslin Henley Richer Learning Center. So we hope to create a sensory playground there that supports those early years as well as our exceptional students. Mr. Speaker, at the Ivan Dawson Primary School, remedial works were also undertaken in 2025, and we have a robust response for 2026. We installed some air conditioning units, and we expect to continue to address some roofing concerns as well as additional concerns in 2026. But I visited the school recently, and one of the things that the students asked for, you know when you start something, you have to keep it going. They said, Minister, we want a new playground in 2026. I want to acknowledge post-hurricanes, they did get a playground, but they are in dire need of a new playground. And don't take for granted what playgrounds do. Some people might think it's just play, but if you understand education, learning is most effective through play. And what children can learn on the playground, they will quicker learn it there than potentially in a classroom setting. I remember when we opened the Willard Wheatley Primary School playground, a child watched us in her face on the opening day, and she said a few words that has never gone out of my mind. She said, "Thank you for giving me my childhood back." And so, Mr. Speaker, we will keep moving in that direction based on the request of our students. Mr. Speaker, at the Elmore Stout High School, several targeted improvements were made in response to engagement with students and staff. Vending kiosks were installed this year to ensure students have safe and reliable access to food during the school day. And given the size and complexity of the campus, we are taking a phased building by building approach to the air conditioning upgrades, ensuring minimal disruption while we continue to improve the learning conditions. Additional dedicated spaces for music instruction were constructed, and work is ongoing to finalize water and electrical backup systems to strengthen campus resilience, as we know some of the challenges we have. In 2026, works will progress to properly secure the campus, Mr. Speaker, and we are hopeful to advance plans for a staff room and additional student support spaces for all students with exceptionalities or who require support. Madam Speaker, I want to move on. As an at-large representative, the Sister Islands are near and dear to my heart. And so I want to speak a bit about the developments there. Mr. Speaker, at the Brigada Flex Educational Center, our engagement has focused on both divisions, and strategic work will continue in 2026 following consultations. We have set a clear standard at the secondary level. The Brigada Flex Educational Center Secondary Division is now the first fully air-conditioned campus for secondary schools, and is further supported by a new sewage and solar backup, establishing a benchmark for modernization, Mr. Speaker. And in 2026, we will introduce vending kiosks at that campus consistent with the ones installed at the Elmore Stout High School. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge the North Song Foundation, which supported the installation of a new playground at the Brigado Flex Educational Center Primary Division. And while additional works are planned, we are clear, Mr. Speaker, on one thing, that a long-term solution requires progressing plans to separate the primary and secondary divisions. And discussion, Mr. Speaker, will advance next year on this topic so that we can move speedily towards that resolution. Mr. Speaker, at the Claudia Quickie Educational Center in Anegada, we've done major works over the last few years, and additional works will happen in 2026. One of the key areas that I want to highlight alongside the list of things that we'll remediate over the summer months is the development of a dedicated culinary space on the campus. Mr. Speaker, this is aligned with the island's tourism environment and workforce opportunities. Currently, they do not have the ability to teach that subject on the secondary level, and we want to make sure that education aligns with industry, so we'll be creating that functional space in 2026. Mr. Speaker, at the Just Van Dyke Primary School, we've done some rehabilitative works on that building. It's a pretty new building, so we did install some air conditioning units this year to make sure that the environment was comfortable. Next year, we're going to focus on fencing and some other phases of work, but alongside that, strategic consideration for a functional recreational space to benefit the students and wider community on Just Van Dyke is our top priority. I recently engaged with the principal and staff. We're going to engage with the community, and we're going to figure out logistically where we put that space to ensure that our students have recreation. Finally, Madam Speaker, regarding the Sister Islands, the H. Lavista Community College has been given a clear mandate to establish satellite campuses on Anegada and Just Van Dyke, expanding access to tertiary education and supporting residents in pursuing training aligned with their specific interests as well as the industries within that island, Mr. Speaker. That is crucial and critical, and I look forward to seeing us advance that mandate, Mr. Speaker. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, as we continue rehabilitation across existing schools, we are also building the next generation of educational facilities. In 2026, we are excited to break ground on the redevelopment of the Altair Scatliff Primary School, Mr. Speaker, a modern purpose-built institution that will serve as a regional standard for primary education. And Mr. Speaker, I'm excited. My insides leaping. I just came out of a meeting with the architects and the interior design consultants. And Mr. Speaker, I am in awe. I am totally amazed. And when we open that facility, I can guarantee you, our students will want to go to school. In fact, they won't want to go home. The facility is welcoming, it's engaging, and most importantly, it's what our students and teachers deserve. So Altair Scatliff, just like Eslin Henley, will be the new standard. And the minister is smiling, the member for the 5th, because both schools are in his district. But Madam Speaker, that will be the standard moving forward as we progress to additional schools. So I'll mention a second advancement that we seek to make next year. At the secondary school level, while remedial works have been carried out at the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies, Mr. Speaker, our vision goes further. Our aim in 2026 is to advance the design and eventual construction of a purpose-built technical secondary school on the eastern end of Tortola, serving grades 7 through 12 to support workforce-aligned education, expand technical and vocational programming, and prepare students for the evolving economic needs of the Virgin Islands. This is about future-proofing education, Mr. Speaker, aligning infrastructure with opportunity, skills development, and national growth. And Mr. Speaker, overall, that school will be a game changer for the perception of our technical areas and the reality of having the infrastructure, the machinery, the technical expertise to support the industries that exist, but not only the ones that exist, but the ones that we intend to create will be bought out of that institution, Mr. Speaker. So overall, our phased approach to infrastructure will continue, allowing us to maximize the summer period and deliver meaningful walks across our schools. And Mr. Speaker, I just pause to say, the reality is, all of that I've just explained, the magnitude of what we've been able to accomplish in 2025 and what we'll accomplish in 2026 is having funds allotted on the capital upfront early in the year so that when the summer comes, we're able to execute. In the past, we've had to wait for SAPs in the middle of the year, and of course, the summer months would have already gone. And so I'm grateful that we have this money up front, Mr. Speaker, so that we can engage as soon as school closes and start walks. And we are elevating. We've been able to do some walks this year, but next year we're going to double our efforts with the increased funding that we have received. Mr. Speaker, investing in resources is the second point or second priority area. And so when you consider it, a great education system requires more than walls and roofs. I just spoke about the infrastructure, but it requires resources that bring learning to life. So in 2023, the ministry invested approximately $650,000 in classroom resources, and this is not pen, paper, that kind of stuff. We're talking about teaching aids, learning resources. We, in 2024, tripled that commitment, investing $1.9 million. That increase was deliberate to reset the baseline for what teaching and learning should look like, given our STEAM mandate. And so in 2025, we worked deliberately to sustain that level of investment. And as we look to 2026, we are projecting a similar level of commitment, supported by capital acquisitions and additional allocations across the ministry's subheads. Mr. Speaker, contextually, for many years, resource funding was limited largely to basic office supplies. While those remain necessary, we have shifted the model. We are now securing additional dedicated funding for direct teaching and learning needs to ensure that our students and teachers have what they need. And so through consultation, we've had the minister, we've gone into schools, we've met with every single department, we've met with all the schools. I have 2 more schools left that I'll do early in the new year. And they have given us lists, wish lists, priority lists, down to the model and the make sure that we give them what they need, and we're requisitioning those things and procuring them and sending them out into our schools. So through those consultations, we've been able so far to prioritize science, mathematics, English, music, special education, and technical and vocational subjects, ensuring relevance and impact. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, we haven't been able to resource 100%. Based on the funding we have, in a phased approach, we're able to give schools what they need, and we will continue to strengthen that commitment as time progresses. I want to highlight an investment this year that was powerful. The ministry provided $100,000 in music equipment across our schools. We hear a lot about our culture, we hear a lot about the creative arts and industry, and post-hurricanes, our schools have not had musical equipment, especially on the primary level. So we invested that. Next year, we have $125,000 invested in pursuit of our music education program. And I want to stop for a moment and really acknowledge the private sector. Through the forced benefit concert that we had in October, we raised over $30,000 at that concert, and we intend to build on that success and seek to do another concert next year and raise to hopefully match that $125,000 that government has invested and be able to do some magical things in music education. In partnership with Unite BVI, we also distributed $100,000 worth of special education materials to our schools to ensure that inclusion is not just a policy, but a practice. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move on to the STEAM areas. You hear us say we're moving full steam ahead, and I want to show you what that means. So schools are being equipped continuously with photocopiers, smart boards, computers, iPads, robotics kits, and chess kits, not as standalone items, but as integrated tools across subject areas. And at the secondary level, robotics is embedded in the curriculum, which is huge for us. And it speaks to the results that we are seeing, not just locally, but internationally. So at the first Global Robotics Championships over the last few years, we've seen the impact of not just doing robotics, but integrating it in our curriculum, and our students now up to the secondary level having that access. In 2023, we placed 143rd globally at that competition. In 2024, 111th. In 2025, 42nd globally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that places the Virgin Islands #1 in the OECS region. I want to say that again. #1 in the OECS region. And just to go a little further, we were ahead of every single independent CARICOM country as well. The only countries which were really OTs when you look at it, Aruba, Cayman, and Bermuda were the 3 Caribbean countries that came before the Virgin Islands. We came 4th in that category. And so that speaks to the investments that we're making. And when you consider it, while they're competing internationally, nobody robot could have stand up against us. We had big giants come into our booth and just in amazement at our students' robot and their ingenuity. And they built it from scratch. They had to come up with the design. They built it. All while they were there shifting it and changing it based on the challenge. And I want to commend and congratulate that team of students that went forward. Mr. Speaker, we have also started to roll out the first major upgrade to our student information system in over 2 decades, Power School, strengthening data management and communication. That's important to us because now what we will have is a system that can talk nationally. We'll have access to data. We also have built-in AI, Power Buddy. We have to get with the times, and you're able to create assessments, lesson plans. We're building out and seeking to get to the point where our national curriculum will be revised and uploaded on this platform, and we'll have immediate access to it through this system. We also have been improving internet connectivity, updating hardware, modernizing secondary computer labs. We did 3 labs this year. We intend to do another 3 labs next year, and improve storage solutions for all these amazing resources that we're sending out into our schools. Mr. Speaker, this year I'm excited. I know we've seen them on the road, but I want to make sure I mention the 4 new school buses that we rolled out this year in support of the students from the Rotongue and surrounding areas who attend Eunice Adams and Francis Lettsome, ensuring that they can get to school safely. Mr. Speaker, these school buses have also facilitated transportation to ministry events and programs and field trips. And that's the most exciting part, right? They're overbooked because we're now taking students outside of the classroom so they can have experiential learning and taking what they're learning in theory, putting it into practice due to those buses because our students now have access to field trips. Mr. Speaker, the last area that I want to touch is professional development. That's priority 3, and this is an area that I'm very passionate about as an educator myself. Mr. Speaker, if education is the engine of our future, teachers are the spark. The Ministry of Education has built out a comprehensive professional development ecosystem. Through the Let's Teach VI initiative launched 2 years ago, we created 2 central pathways to education, a teacher trainee program for secondary school graduates and a teacher recruit program for persons with associate and bachelor's degrees who want to transfer into education. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that the teacher trainee program, in 2023, we had 8 teacher trainees. In 2025, we just hired an additional 12 teacher trainees. Mr. Speaker, the amount of applications we're getting for interest, we don't have the positions. And we are getting some of the best. We're getting top students, valedictorians in some instances, who are saying, I'm interested, I want to get involved in teaching. Mr. Speaker, the certificate in teaching, that's for our teacher recruits. We had 11 educators who completed it in 2024, and 15 are currently enrolled and will be expected to graduate from that program as a qualified teacher. We also have the certificate in effective school leadership at HLSCC as well. In 2024, 23 completed, and currently we have 13 individuals enrolled. These are persons who are interested in middle or senior management, administration, and education, and we have a fully fleshed out 17-month program to get them to that certification. Right here, Mr. Speaker, at the HW Stowe Community College. Mr. Speaker, we also did a program with UVI, a certificate in education, where secondary educators who had content degrees officially became qualified teachers, 10 of them, and we have completed that program, Mr. Speaker. The Associate of Arts in Education, Mr. Speaker, for over a decade, that program was stopped. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that we currently have 27 persons currently enrolled in the Associate in Education program at HLSCC. 2026 will graduate the first class of AA education graduates in so many years, and we are extremely excited about that. Mr. Speaker, postgraduate diploma in arts integration, we talk about STEAM. This diploma, which is at the master's level, is indicative of that initiative, and we currently have 14 educators enrolled in that program. Mr. Speaker, they said it has been robust. It's a lot of work. I think at the end of this year, they expected to finish the theory part, and they're moving into some practicum, and so by next year, they will have their qualifications as well. The last one, Mr. Speaker, Walden University bachelor's degree. Mr. Speaker, just last month, 15 teachers enrolled in that bachelor's program. Teachers who have had their associate for a very long time. We've enrolled 15 of them in that program, and they will be seeking to advance themselves educationally. Mr. Speaker, I didn't add up all the numbers that I just said, but I know the mathing for me to be able to say that that is a huge investment in people, Mr. Speaker. People move systems, and we are investing in professional development for all educators, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason I mentioned it is because while I didn't fully as yet give figures, these things cost money. And so in many cases, individuals enrolled in these programs that I just mentioned pay nothing. The most they pay is 10% of program costs, so they have some skin in the game, and they understand that we're doing this as an investment. These are mostly publicly funded investments in all local people, all Virgin Islanders, and Unite BVI has also stepped up to help support this initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the government of the Virgin Islands for putting their money where their mouth is and investing in programs to ensure that the quality of instruction we want in our schools is present, because we are investing in our teachers. And of course, it helps that when they become educated, you know, they get a little something extra on their salaries because they've specialized, they've gone further in their education. So that helps. So that brings me to the salaries point, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, this government made a deliberate decision to increase educators' salaries. And of course, we've seen improved retention, renewed morale, and teaching has been once again viewed as a viable career pathway, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, we are seeing individuals transition from other industries into teaching. They're coming by the droves, and they're saying, we want to get involved, we want to become certified, give us an opportunity. And so there still remains some areas requiring attention, I want to be honest, particularly compensation at the management, administration, and specialist levels, and work is underway to address these urgently and responsively. I'm in communication with the HR department, DGO, to see how we could pay some serious attention to ensuring that when we're asking persons to upskill and have specialist credentials, that we're in a position to pay them the salary that they are worth. All of this comes down to budget and money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to end on the professional development side by explaining that what we are seeking to do, all the programs I have outlined that I listed, whether they were degrees, certificates, leadership, postgraduate, are benefiting Virgin Islanders, Mr. Speaker. All people, we are investing in them. They are upskilling themselves. They're becoming qualified educators to teach our children so that our students can have the best possible experience. So we are creating a local pipeline of educators, Mr. Speaker. Educators who are trained here, supported here, and committed to serving our students right here in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to HLSCC. They've been an integral part of our education mandate, but bigger than that, Mr. Speaker, they're the accredited institution in the Virgin Islands, and one of the only accredited in the region. The pipeline does not end with individual programs, Mr. Speaker. It requires strong local institutions. That is why I have given a clear mandate to the H. Lavisseau Community College to pursue 4-year granting degree status, beginning with education. Mr. Speaker, if all continues as planned, as early as fall 2026, HLSCC could begin offering bachelor's degrees in education right here in the beautiful Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's a big deal, and we're looking forward to it. We have I told you we have 26, I believe I said, students currently enrolled in the associate program, what a beauty it would be for them to transition locally to a bachelor's program. When you talk about money, Premier, it helps, because the money we have to pay for overseas scholarships, for tickets, for travel, for accommodation, if we create that local opportunity, we then decrease those costs. But of course, it means increasing investment in HLSCC, so they're able to put forward their mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to give some context to the momentum that is building at HLSCC. In fall 2025, enrollment reached 785 students, the highest 5-year head count. It's just amazing. Persons are seeking to become upskilled. Dual enrollment nearly doubled, Mr. Speaker, from 77 students in fall 2024 to 149 students in fall 2025. And this was driven by the MAID. We created a new initiative called MAID. So it stands for Matriculation and Advancement Through Dual Enrollment. And that's in delivery with the Ministry of Education at HLSCC. So what this is high school students who have completed a number of CXCs are able to enroll in the college, and so they earn college credits sooner, they take a shorter time to complete their degrees, and of course it lowers long-term costs because they're doubling up, and it gives them stronger academic confidence moving forward. So that's huge, and from all indications, based on the students that just sat CXCs and the number of CXCs that they just sat, we expect that that number will increase even more in 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the fall 2025 convocation, I announced a $1.3 million grant to HLSCC in support of their digital infrastructure. Their student information system has not been upgraded in 20 years, and so we gave them a huge allotment there to assist in overhauling. We're going to a bachelor's program. It requires the right type of digital infrastructure, and so they're getting that upgrade. We also gave them a grant in support of workforce-aligned programming through 54 scholarship opportunities across all 9 districts. So we have the construction program as well as the marine program. And so we have 6 persons from every single district from 1 through 9 will get an opportunity to become certified, fully funded by the government of the Virgin Islands. So I want the workforce and the labor force to hear me. We have some persons who will be trained in 2026, so make room for them. And our intention is to do it annually moving forward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last thing on that point, we did give HLSC some funding also to start the design of student dormitories with all the expansion that I just explained, locally and regionally and internationally. And I'll stick a pin right here to mention that, of course, we opened the first medical school here in the Virgin Islands this year as well. It's thriving, it's growing, and Mr. Speaker, they're currently in need of accommodation. And how fitting it will be, given their campus at HLSCC, to be able to have those accommodations nearby, as well as our sister islands individuals who want to stay on Tortola and study, they will have access. But not only that, regionally, there's appetite for our culinary program, our marine program, and I expect that our education program as well, with the bachelors coming on board, will require dormitories. So we're thinking long term, and we're moving full steam ahead in that regard. Mr. Speaker, as I lead the discussion on HLSCC, I want to speak not just as minister, but I want to speak personally. Because today I speak as a proud alumna of the H. Labdistow Community College, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand what this institution represents. I know the doors it opens, I know the confidence it builds, and I know the role it plays in shaping lives. Mr. Speaker, it shaped my own, and I am who I am today because I walked through the doors of HLSCC. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe HLSCC is a launch pad, it's a second chance, it's a first opportunity, and for many of us, it is where belief meets possibility, or tomorrow begins today. And so I want to take this opportunity briefly just to acknowledge the visionary. The college bears the name of a giant in our history, the late Honorable Labdistow. And Mr. Speaker, that college opened up the year I was born. I was only a thought in my mother's mind at the time. I was born in 1990, the last day of the year in 1990, and the college opened up in 1990. So just imagine, H.L. Stout saw me before I was even born, and he said, we have to put a college there. Mr. Speaker, that just understand the gravity of that decision that he made on my life. and understand why we are doing what we're doing now, because Virgin Islanders yet unborn will benefit from the expansion of the dream of that visionary that we are continuing to build upon. Mr. Speaker, because he understood something that I think we must never forget. You cannot build a strong country without first building educated, confident, and capable people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to youth affairs and sports, and I really want to speak to the advancements that we are making there and that we intend to mushroom in 2026. Mr. Speaker, let me now put some very clear numbers on the record with respect to the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports, because the figures themselves tell a compelling story of intentional growth. Mr. Speaker, when you step back and look, one thing becomes immediately clear. Youth Affairs and Sports has moved from marginal funding to meaningful investment. Mr. Speaker, between 2022 and 2026, the budget for Youth Affairs and Sports increased by approximately $1.865 million. To put it plainly, in 2022, the department operated at just under $600,000. In 2026, it is being resourced at nearly $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, that is the difference between maintaining minimal activity and delivering structured territory-wide programs with real impact. Mr. Speaker, the percentage increase is even more striking. Youth Affairs and Sports budget has increased by over 315%. Let me repeat that. More than a 300% increase in 4 years. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. This represents the single largest and most sustained investment in the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports in the last 15 years. Mr. Speaker, for too long, we have said the youth are our future. The budget, Mr. Speaker, this budget is what it looks like when we finally fund that belief. Mr. Speaker, this government is no longer talking, we are doing. Mr. Speaker, that more than 300% increase is being translated into expanded after-school and summer school programs across every single island, providing structure mentorship and safe spaces for our young people during hours when they need support the most. These programs are intentionally focused on at-risk youth, violence reduction, and early intervention, using sports, music, the arts, and entrepreneurship to promote discipline, creativity, and healthy lifestyles. And Mr. Speaker, with the support that we have, we are ramping that up in 2026. We are also introducing career readiness and entrepreneurship initiatives to equip young people with practical skills, not just for employment, but to become entrepreneurs, to innovate and to expose themselves to become leaders in industries. Mr. Speaker, support has been strengthened for sporting organizations in support of grassroots sports. There's a line item in the budget that supports, based on their annual submissions, sporting organizations. Every year they can expect a disbursement. Mr. Speaker, through the Elite Athlete Program, qualifying athletes are eligible to receive up to $45,000 annually disbursed at the beginning of the year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to put this into context. That's why we had 6 athletes at the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo this year. Those athletes benefit from funding. There's a structure, there's a tier 1 athlete, a tier 2 athlete, and once they meet a performance standard based on ranking and competition, they automatically receive funding at the beginning of the year in pursuit of their training and readiness for international competitions. And Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to the Commonwealth Games next year, and as we proceed to more international games, we will continue to support our athletes in this regard. Mr. Speaker, student athletes and creatives are also prioritized because we understand that talent and potential comes in many forms. So we're not just looking at athletics, but we're also looking at the creative arts and how we could support our young people there. So this is meaningful and targeted investment. It's preventative work, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we will execute in 2025. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that warm my heart the most in this budget speech that I've prepared is what I'm going to say next. Mr. Speaker, the need for intentionality, I just spoke about intentionality, was reinforced during the anti-crime summit. Mr. Speaker, I sat down through that anti-crime summit for days. Madam Speaker, I listened, truly listened to the voices of our young people. Madam Speaker, what they told us was clear. They want safe spaces. They want creative outlets. They want programming aligned with their interests, and they want opportunities to innovate, create, and belong. Mr. Speaker, that is why this government did not file those voices away. We have responded in this budget, Mr. Speaker. As a direct outcome of that engagement, we have committed an additional $250,000 specifically to initiate new youth programming designed around creativity, innovation, and skills development. Mr. Speaker, that is what it looks like when youth participation moves from consultation to co-creation. And that is what we're seeking to do in 2026. Building on that, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the fact that programs do not run themselves. That is why human resources were a major focus on the 2025 budget for DYAS. In support of our extended mandate, previously unfunded positions have been funded to stabilize staffing and support the growing mandate that we are giving them. In addition, 4 new positions were created within the department to strengthen program delivery, outreach, and coordination. Mr. Speaker, that is a recognition that if we expect results, we must build the institutional capacity to deliver them. And that is what this budget is doing, Mr. Speaker. The last thing I want to say on this point is that I recall very clearly committing publicly at the end of that anti-crime summit that this government would increase its own funding in support of youth and sports development. And Mr. Speaker, we have done exactly that. But I did not stop there, Mr. Speaker. I also challenged the UK government to match that commitment, recognizing that youth development and crime prevention are shared responsibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to receiving additional support from the UK in the coming year, specifically in support of preventative programs that engage young people early, reduce risk factors, and build safe, stronger communities. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to that commitment being reached, and I'm certain that the ministry will provide a plan in support of the requisite funding that the UK will provide in 2026, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, on recreational infrastructure, investing in wellness and community, I want to highlight that, of course, as we speak about youth and sports, facilities matter, so they play a very pivotal role in our execution. In 2026, we intend to resurface the track at the A.O. Shorley Recreation Ground, ensuring that this important facility remains safe, functional, and fit for purpose. We have some opportunity to consider seeking some regional meets and bringing some tourism, some sports tourism to the territory, and want to get the facility ready for these types of opportunities, Mr. Speaker. But our work cannot stop there. So, Mr. Speaker, I have actively lobbied the Premier for additional funding towards recreational facilities, and so I know that we understand that access to these spaces is a necessity, and the standard of some of them leaves a lot to be desired, so we do have to invest that capital investment in support of sports delivery. So I'm hoping that at the end of the committee stage, I'll be able to come out and say that we are in a position to impact a few more facilities, because education does not stop at the classroom door. It extends to the spaces where our young people learn discipline, teamwork, and resilience, and most times that happens on a basketball court, on a softball field, and on a track, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last area of my portfolio, library services. Because, Mr. Speaker, access to knowledge remains a cornerstone of education and national development. So, Mr. Speaker, our public library services did continue to function at the best of their ability. But of course, Mr. Speaker, despite the limitations, they're doing their best, but they need support. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to announce today that we do have in this budget $250,000 assigned for the design of a national library. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that this will just be another building. I believe that we have to have the vision and the foresight and be bold in designing a national library that is reflective of the modern times that we are in, a space that supports digital learning and research, community engagement and lifelong learning, cultural preservation, and access for students, educators, entrepreneurs, and the wider public. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that with the design of this library and the subsequent construction of it, we will begin to see continued advancements in literacy, education, culture, and communication in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I close here by re-emphasizing that the government of the Virgin Islands under this administration has stepped up the game and significantly invested in education. And in context, the blessing of being an at-large representative is we've been able to fingerprint every single district in terms of impact. We've listened to the voices of our education ecosystem. We've met their needs as much as we could. And what we seek to do in 2026 is to continue that mandate. Mr. Speaker, I am by no means saying that everything is fixed in education. Based on our funding constraints, we've had to take strategic, phased approaches in multiple areas. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that the consistency of the last few years has proven the reality that education once again has taken a very strategic stance in terms of the future development of our territory. Mr. Speaker, I do not need convincing. I believe that if we are going to see that third pillar, it's going to come out of the bosom and the belly of our classrooms. Those young persons who are learning skills in communication, creation, innovation, critical thinking, problem solving, they're not coming out of the classroom to complain about a problem. They're coming out to engineer and decide what the solution will be to that problem. They're going to fix our roads, they're going to build our hospitals and our schools, they're going to engineer our bridges, whatever we desire. The education system is what will provide that for our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, the investments that we are making now is in preparation for where we are trying to go. And Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that next year will be a very disruptive year from the perspective of seeing major advancement and changes across our territory, not just in education, but in infrastructure, in lands, in healthcare, in trade, in agriculture. I believe the holistic mindset of this government is one that says we will use the time that we have been given to the best of our ability. We will put the right people in place, we will put the right structures in place, and we will put the right infrastructure in place to support the mandate that we have. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to end by acknowledging the team at the Ministry of Education for their hard work. While I get to stand here in the front and speak, I want to acknowledge the Permanent Secretary. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the former Permanent Secretary who has retired, Dr. Marcia Potter, after 40 plus years of education. The Acting Permanent Secretary, Mr. Claude Kettle, Chief Education Officer Crab, DCEO, Selwood, and the entire team across the ministry who has been the drivers and the agents of change in education, to our school leaders, our teachers, the entire system. The work that we are doing is impactful because of your commitment. And I thank you, I honor you, and I lastly appreciate the Minister and the Ministry of Finance, because everything that I said here today is because the vision of my leader is aligned with the vision of myself and the vision of the people who he has placed me to serve. And so I honor you, sir, as a former educator, for your vision in funding education in the Virgin Islands, and I thank the entire Ministry of Finance team as well as the House of Assembly team for their support during this budget process. And I declare that the 2026 budget will be one of impact, one of influence, and one of disruption in relation to what we will see for the future of the Virgin Islands. It starts next year, and we will build on it, we will innovate it, and we will ensure that we are responsible in terms of the execution of our duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Thank you. The chair recognizes the Minister for Communication and Works.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin this afternoon as we discuss the 2026 budget estimates. I want to acknowledge the heinous crimes that we are witnessing in our beautiful Virgin Islands. Yesterday marked the fourth murder. We continue to see brazen robberies. Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to the families affected. As we go through this process, we must prioritize whatever resources are necessary for law enforcement agencies to carry out their duties. If this trend continues, everything that we are trying to achieve will be undermined. Premier, Minister of Finance, I know it's within this budget, but let us continue to support these agencies. It's to that level, it's to that stage, that critical stage. What I can say, some of the most effective crime fighting tools are embedded in technology. CCTV, got drone systems. With these things, we could monitor the illicit activities that is happening within our community, within our territory, including the sea. The days of being on the water, just sitting and hoping you're burning fuel, those days are done. You sit down and you use your drone technology and you could see exactly what is happening. And for miles as well. You see what is happening down in the southern Caribbean. Satellite technology, they're blowing up boats. They ain't out on the water, you know, in any fight with them. You don't even know where they're appearing from. I think we should utilize whatever technology there is for our surveillance. And you know, this goes to the Customs Department, the police, immigration. Let us make a safe Virgin Islands a priority. And even with the amendment to the Road Traffic Act that we just did and it was assented to, that is now enforced. You know, once enforced, and that is critical, enforcement, we should see safer, more respectful communities where motorists, motorcyclists, they adhere to the road, the rules of the road. I think that is important. So supporting the law enforcement agencies with the resources necessary, we will see a better Virgin Islands in terms of crime. And within the Road Traffic Act, there are various things that speaks to, you know, carrying loose material, derelict vehicles. Those things would help us. Where we sit by and we look around and we see how the place looks. You know, once enforced, a lot of these things would be alleviated. Now, we stand at this budget debate, and this is the largest budget in the history of these Virgin Islands. I heard the health minister speak about when there was a celebration for when they achieved $100 million for the budget. Now we are beyond $500 million. And who is the keeper of this ledger? The Premier. Premier, you must be congratulated. You must be congratulated. And I congratulate you on behalf of the government. Words will be spoken. We're going to get called names and all. But regardless, the legacy would state that this budget happened under your leadership. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot in this budget. And based on your legacy, it would show that you held a steady hand during this time. And I said this time because it was only a few years ago, the date April 28, 2022. And we know what all took place after that. Order in council. Weren't sure where we were going. But we came together as a people, we came together as a house, and we worked to be able to carry on our democracy here in these Virgin Islands. I think it was just this year that everything for the COI was completed. That shows the time invested in adhering to what was requested. And it's because of your leadership, Premier, your trusted leadership, that we are now waiting and expecting that this order in council will be removed. Premier, I applaud you for that. All Virgin Islands now, we are seeing a $562 million budget. Last year, I think we were at 480 plus. You know, we are seeing record number through our financial services. We are seeing strong returns from our tourism product, or tourism industry. But Premier, I think it's important that we pay homage, though, to our local businesses. You know, especially those businesses that have been around for years, pass on to generations. Their legacy continues. Those businesses, you know, like the supermarkets. And I say those businesses because just like governments, they have endured global disruptions, but they diversified to be able to survive. Mention the supermarkets, the Walmarts, the Barbies, the Super Values, businesses like the Vantapools, even my mother-in-law business there, One Stop Malls, the nail salons, the hair salons. You got businesses like the Umis, those businesses within the Syrian and the Palestinian, those community of businesses. You look over Fish Bay, you see the CTLs and the skeleton groups. You are the fabric of these Virgin Islands. And I salute you because what you are doing reflects us as a territory. I even see new stores opening. My favorite store, Mellow Moods, move over. I feel like I'm in New York. The outlet. Man, when you pass by, you think you're in Times Square somewhere. Even the small businesses. When you go down the street, you see the Panchies, the Nitos. They're surviving for years. Cinti right here. You know, these are the businesses that continue to operate, keeping their door open. They're paying the staff salaries consistently. They contribute to the social contribution. Premier, these businesses truly needs to be recognized. They need to be recognized. They have and I said they have a track record. So, Premier, when you present these kind of budget and you hear people come telling you about spending and priorities, just reflect on the track record a little bit and see if it's advice that you should be taking. Don't let a fancy talk be a substitute for no result. You pay attention, Premier. I know you're a very intelligent man. You pay attention to who you listen to. You know, as I mentioned, a budget. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, Communications and Works, we have 18% of the budget. 59 plus million in recurrent and 43 million in capital or development. And I will go into that a bit later on. But, you know, we sat in this house, and for me, the past couple of days, when members of the opposition speak, it was basically just a pothole debate. Pothole, water. These are things I hear in, you know, even before my time, and I mean, I'm not downplaying it. I know the opposition's role is to seemingly just oppose and highlight everything that is not happening. I heard that the at-large member spoke about glass half full and it being half empty. To some members, it seemed like the glass is always half empty. But they have a role to play, and it's vital for democracy. So it's not as if I am downplaying them. But our role is to speak our truth and explain exactly, when you go through this budget, what the intent is. Mr. Speaker, we started this house. We were scheduled to start this house on Monday. With all the requests, you're trying to address everybody's concern. The budget wasn't ready. Members said it needed additional time to review it. We came here Tuesday, we got the public sitting down waiting because we were expecting to start Tuesday at 10 a.m. We got here, members still said they're not ready. But then you see them refer to the budget. I mean, we continue waiting for the time, but, you know, at no point we saw them referring to the budget. All we were hearing about is which hole, the potholes and the waters in different communities. Now, that is important, but we are here debating Mr. Speaker. After those members debated, I didn't see the shadow. I don't know if they pan the camera still or what, but I must applaud Honorable Skelton. He sit down and he endure and he listen and he's here. I can't say the rest because I haven't seen him. I know I spoke with one of the other at-large member and he said he wasn't feeling well today. As Honorable Meta, so he had an excuse, but I haven't seen anybody else. But we sat and we listened. But, you know, I just want to address some of the things. Since it was a pothole debate with water and without water, you know, water, it's been a far more sustained and complex challenge. And I just want to tell the consumers it wouldn't be fixed immediately. You know, when I got here, the questions started from 2019 about water. And it was always the same. We don't have enough funds allocated. We have various plans. We know what needs to be done. We need about $20 million. Over the years, you could go back to the budget, you would see we got a few $100,000 here, we got a few dollars there. And, you know, it's no secret. We spend over $20-some million to produce water, but we only collect, I think we had a record number last year, about $5 or $6 million. I think we have about 5 or 6 different plants. One plant alone produces 2.1 million gallons per day, 7 Cs. But the water is not getting to the consumers. We have a distribution challenge. So we tried to do something different this year. We note that we had $2 million based on the loan funds. January, we said, what is the first ever? You know, Premier, I appreciate you giving the funds, but we realized that we could not get things done based on how the system is set up. So just as it is, we made water a national critical priority. Forgo some of the procurement processes to be able to do purchasing, quicker purchasing. So we had to go and revise the scope to try to get the funds spent within this $2 million. We also, I just want to acknowledge Operators Without Borders as well. Valerie Jenkinson from, who is the director. They came in and they offered their services for free. They did their assessment. They are now working on a hydrology study. What we also did is we did our assessment and realized that we needed to replace a lot of the parts, a lot of the equipment, and we then proceeded to do that. But to the public, I just want to say that as we went through that, speaking with different vendors across the world, the parts were not readily available. Quite a back order, challenges with getting various material. So hence, we are still here at this point. But I just want to acknowledge the workers, former Director Brian Davies, who have moved on, and the entire team that worked with us during this year, to be able to try to keep as consistent as possible, to keep water into people's taps. You know, for example, we know we had, as an example, if we had 28 pumps and PRVs, we would see that only a quarter of them were working. So we had to go and purchase all that, and purchase pipes, because we now had a bit more money to be able to spend. And I just want to say again to the public, it's not going to be an immediate fix, but we are indeed working towards it. You would have seen we began the project from Diamond to Rudy's. And before we started that project, the complaints were there. The member for the second, the public, the road is always damaged. That is because the pump pushes the water up the hill to get it over to Rudy's to the western end of the island. So we upgraded, or we plan to upgrade the system by installing high definition pipes, HDPE pipes. So there was some disturbance. And what we did during that time is that as we dug the hole, laid the pipe, we threw back in material to make the road still accessible, because it's an area where it's highly traversed. There are a lot of people that live there. But we are now fixing it properly. So that area we can fix and know that we feel comfortable knowing that the pipes would not break in that area, with adding the pressure management system. And the member for the second, he referenced the hole there by the edge. That is a part of the installation we'll be putting a chamber there, a pressure management system there. The contract was already initiated, and we expect those works to be done soon. I can't say next week because I'm sure that the concrete plants will be closed by that time. But we'll endeavor to keep the motoring public, the public informed. And I just want to say that some progress, indeed, you know, you'll see some disruption when you're trying to progress. So, Speaker, you drive around the Virgin Islands. I move to our pothole debate now, which is a reoccurring problem. Before, you know, we know the rainy season is from when? June to November? Or May? Before that, all potholes are patched. After that, the potholes reoccur. Because just today, you would see, you know, the rainfall, a little drizzle, water settles on the road. Water has nowhere to go. Creates, you know, the subbase is inferior, water, the potholes reoccur. And that has been a cycle. But we know we deserve better. And we intend to move away from the Band-Aid fixes and repair our roads properly. So again, I refer to the Minister of Finance for the funds allocated for the road infrastructure. Cabinet would have approved the biggest investment in roads since about the 1960s. We will be rehabilitating the Western Road from the Western Ferry Terminal to the Rotongue Ferry. I think they say the company that did the road back in the 1960s was the Parlin Company. I wasn't born then, but it's what I heard. The Parlin Company. And it was so that it was the Queen that opened that road. Queen Elizabeth in 1966. Queen Elizabeth II. But I'm just saying, from 1965 to now, this is the largest investment in our road infrastructure. It looks like we're afraid to act like as if we're making this investment, but we are. I mean, Seacoast Bay. I heard the senior member speak about Seacoast Bay last night. And he takes some blame for the road. But what I can say is that we're in the cost of signing a contract for, I think, $1.5 million to actually get the road repaired in that area, taking up the subbase, adding sidewalks, to make sure that the road lasts us another 6 years. So, even though we got the money from the budget early in the year this year, we just couldn't go and assign a contractor. There were processes in order to get us to this point. Even the road that the leader of the opposition and many others have asked about, by the QE2 part, the additional lane what we are intending to put there, that will also be addressed. You know, members the leader of the opposition, he said, we can't get any contract done. We need to engage the RDA. RDA is a partner of ours. But as he questioned projects being done, when I see him later, I'm going to ask him to take a drive up by the Elmer Stout High School wall, because we just built a wall there and we completed the wall on time and on budget. And this wall is to mitigate against flooding. Very important. So that is some of the works, and I'll elaborate on some of the works a little later on. Even the flooding in Tong, this year there was a reduction. Honorable, we had any flooding in Tong this year? No flooding in Tong this year because of the works being done by the ministry. So I must acknowledge my permanent secretary, Elvia Smith Maduro, and the entire staff. I must highlight Mr. Dwayne Freight as well, head of infrastructure. I think he's a star. January morning, we started meeting weekly, identified projects. We know we had $13 million to spend, so we came up with roads throughout these Virgin Islands to be able to expend that $13 million. About 60 projects we identified. We started planning. We realized we needed design, so we had to go and do tenders for designers. Designers came back, we evaluated who we're going to put on which job, what job, engaged the designers did the drawings, came back now, had to prepare a document for request for proposals. After the request for proposals, whether it's an open tender or restricted tender, because we now had more space with the adjustment of the threshold for restricted tender, and we had some works that were done under that. So we began working, and I said we just couldn't start just laying concrete because we had to go through a process, as we intend to be building proper road infrastructure. So we planted most of the seeds this year. And you will see in 2026 some of the fruits of those seeds. Some of the projects in the ministry. Completion of tender, and we actually award a contract for the Paramtong to Long Swamp main gravity line for sewage. We're going to start with sewage. Hopefully, in the next couple of weeks, we will be commissioning the Long Swamp pump station. We're about 95% complete with the Paraquita Bay wastewater treatment plant, and we'll probably be commissioning those at the same time. And we already have the site prepared for the sludge treatment facility there in Paraquita Bay. In 2026, we are going to engage property owners and businesses even further for the connection for the sewage in the Long Loke, Fat Hogs Bay, and Greenland area. We got to go in there, do some assessment, and then we'll install the sewage line to connect the properties to the nearest manhole, and we'll also do the reinstatement works and so forth. Also do interconnection works in the Long Look area. And we look forward to the work starting. As I mentioned, we just signed a contract in the first quarter for the Paramtong to Long Swamp. And then we would have then completed the Eastern Long Look sewage system. This is something that has been spoken about for decades. And we look forward to that. Rotong sewage, we have a budget of $2 million. 2026, we project to commence the construction of a new pump station in Fort Bott. Hope to start that by the first quarter. The scope of works, they include installation of new wet wells, construction of a new valves chamber, and relocation of existing station, including all the pipe works. And we'll also do construction of a small electrical and a control panel enclosure. Rehabilitation and construction of the main splitter screening chamber at the main pump station there here in Rotong by the roundabout, and the works entail construction of additional screening chamber to augment the existing chamber. These works are targeted to mitigate the periodic blockage and the smell that emanates from the pump station. We intend to revamp the existing pump station also by the roundabout to upgrade the electrical, plumbing, and mechanical system. And we're hoping to include a generator there as well. The installation of our recently procured pumps, cleaning of the wells, installation of a complete electrical system with remote feed to the Water and Sewage Department. We also intend to issue an open tender to design and build a new pump station in the area of Purcell area of the Pasir to replace the existing station that suffers from frequent blockages. The scope there would include installation of the new wet wells in the medium of the 4-lane highway, and we'll be procuring and installing new pumps, manholes, and new pipes. Then we'll reinstate the roads and so forth. Kingarden Bay redesign for the system has been completed. The procurement of the pipe, the manholes, they're ongoing, and we expect to get them within the first quarter. And we hope to commence work after the tourist season, probably around April, May of next year. The RTO Need Administration Complex, I know this has been spoken about for quite some time, and it's unfortunate that we are still here. We were waiting on the designer, a private company, and they're 95% complete, and we hope that we can get the submissions out to the 3 contractors that were selected to the expression of interest, so for the administration complex. So we hope to receive the bids from those contractors in the first quarter, and we hope to commence work to the interior office outfit, hopefully at the beginning of the second quarter. Water distribution, as I just spoke about, we have $3 million budgeted for this year, and I mentioned the installation of the HDP pipes along the ridge. We're instating the trench, and we're still waiting on some parts there. What we intend to do in 2026 is do the interconnection of the water lines and tie it into the pump station. And we tie in there by Diamond and by Chalwell Junction, including the construction of 2 chambers there at Skywall and the same Chalwell Junction. We intend to replace and install new pumps and valves along the water network, including Chalwell as far as Greenland and even in Harspad. We intend to install new HDPE lines from Sabot Hill down to the Fort Hill Reservoir, and that is to get a direct line from the Sabot Hill Reservoir into Fort Hill. I'm also pleased to state that we will be signing the contract for the repair of the 5 reservoirs. We have $1.8 million in the budget. That is about the tender that was approved through cabinet, and we expect those works to the same Fort Hill, Hannah Hill, Sabot Hill, Balsam Gut, and the reservoir in Virgin Gorda. And we hope those work will start in the first quarter of 2026. Some of the, as I move to the road infrastructure works, some of the achievements, we did recently complete the wall at Georges Hollow. The district rep would have spoken about that. We did a wall and road in Greenland. We completed some road works there in Manchester. You would have seen we started the curb wall from Slaney into Duff Bottom. We completed a wall in Long Loke. And we look forward to the completion of the road in Hodges Creek. We also did a road Hodges Creek up to the reservoir as well. And, we have some work, some road improvement work to be done at the Shepherd Hill. In Shepherd Hill, we actually, that work is ongoing. Another project that has been spoken of for years, but now we are tackling it and hoping for completion shortly. So we intend to issue a tender from Parkwood Pond to do road and drainage rehab in Parkwood Pond where there's constant flooding. Also by Havers, we're going to do some road work there before we do the road rehabilitation. We intend to do the slipper drains on the entire stretch from West End all the way up where we'll be doing the road rehabilitation. We'll also be doing that on the road from the curb wall project from Trellis Bay down to the bridge, the Beef Island Bridge. We also intend to do road reconstruction by the Lambert Estate. And we'll also upgrade the water lines. As I mentioned, we had over 60 projects identified, and this year, after getting all the designs and so forth, we are hoping to get quite a lot of those works started. You would have seen we're working on the tender bay here at the Rotong Fire Station, and this year we have a budget of $600,000. So far, we've done the demolition. We have constructed a new tender bay. Currently, the foundation works and the columns, those works, they're completed. We'll be procuring a new diesel storage tanks as well. So those works are ongoing. We expect when it's completed, we'll have boundary fencing and gate enclosures. You'll also see a new exit ramp from the tender bay as well. As I go through the budget, we're now at the Public Works building. We have $500,000 budgeted there, and we're close to completion of the building. We're hoping to see that would be done, completed by February of next year. We're also about to engage a tender for the building on Just Van Dyke for Public Works, Water and Sewage, and we're hoping those works would start early in 2026. We also, as I mentioned, That building, we'll do a building for Just Van Dyke, for Public Works, and then another building there, the construction for the water and sewage building also. We expect to engage or start the works for the Caribbean revetment works. We have $500,000 budgeted there. We'll be placing the bowlers. We had that done in phases, and we're hoping that those works would get started early in 2025. So basically, the works that are being done, we haven't left any district out. The member for the night spoke about the Anegada roads. We're hoping those would get started early in 2026, as well as some road works on Virgin Gorda that we'll also see happening. So no district is left behind with the works that we're doing. Some may ask why these things are taking so long. And I mean, I would say that it's basically good governance. Public funds demand proper procurement to protect value for money and prevent wastages. So this is not unique to the Virgin Islands. This is basically how responsible governments operate worldwide. I just want to make a public reminder that no one may undertake road works on government roads without permission. No one. There's no statutory authority permitting private individuals to unilaterally repair or reconstruct a public road. Unauthorized interference with a public road, whether for improvement or causing damage, may amount to an offense. Also, statutory hotel accommodation tax obligation under Cap 205 are mandatory and cannot be withheld or offset due to private unauthorized expenditure, especially on public roads for repairs. Failure to pay your statutory obligations will result in a surcharge of an additional 20% plus the normal 7%. I just thought I would put that in there based on the road works and the road infrastructure of this territory. Regarding spending priorities, I heard a criticism about the proposed $2 million for the festival ground, and the Junior Minister of Tourism just reiterated that it's a project that will be going forward. Now, anybody would question waste, but then you also look at the options and recognize the opportunities. You know, for years you would hear BVI artists speak about we need a permanent place to have these events. Instead of, you you have an event like festival, you have to put up the booths, do the stage, and so forth. Members would speak about other Caribbean territories, Caribbean countries for various reasons. But some of them have these same structures in place. So I support the building of a permanent facility because it would, invest where it would yield jobs and you'll see the long-term returns. I mean, I heard my good friend, the leader of the opposition, speak about the gym in Bellevue and the funds there. And I mean, there is a facility there already. So I'm not sure if you would want these funds to be diverted to probably put the gym there instead. He also mentioned the market square. Called it a disgrace, the worst in the Caribbean. I think those were some of the things he said. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the leader of the opposition just visiting these places online, as he said he always does the research, but for a market square that was sitting dilapidated for years, it was a house for vagrants. They even had to cage it up. In that area, you would see flooding when it rains. And to see the buildings there now, he said it's the worst he's seen in the Caribbean. Could you imagine that? Mr. Speaker, small businesses are important. When you go down there, he talk about all he's seen is Brian Brazier. I wonder if he bought any of them. Support the small business. No, because we must support our small businesses. You're driving by, you see them, stop by. We have various businesses in there. All you see is Brazil. Go and support the businesses. It's unfair when us as leaders belittle people. Those people are business people. They're there for a reason. We are not a country like that. We are not a country like that. I don't understand. What is appalling to me is the disdain from these conversations, like as if everything is so bad. Like everything is so bad. I heard the member list out lots of achievements, accomplishments in the tourism industry. Tonight, American Airlines landing after about 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, American Airlines leaving from here to go Miami at 8 a.m. That means your pilots have to get taken from the airport. They got to spend time, the pilot and the crew, they got to spend the night here. They got to eat here. That's good for our economy. You see in Win Air expanding, Caribbean, inter-Caribbean, all from our Virgin Islands, expanding us, allowing us to traverse throughout the rest of the region. We always talk about the BVI so far behind. Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to air arrival, stopover, visitor, and tourist arrival. This is some Caribbean statistics, right? Now, be mindful, the Virgin Islands have the shortest runway in the Caribbean, right? I want to tell you what the numbers of our overnight guests are based on this document. I can't confirm, but I've searched it and I found it because we're always searching. Montserrat, from January to June, they have seen 6,456 overnight guests. Guyana, January to July, they would have seen 242,000 overnight guests. St. Kitts, who is always referenced, January to June, they would have seen 78,635 overnight guests. St. Vincent, from January to June, they would have seen 59,614 guests. Dominica, from January to September, they would have seen 68,822 guests, overnight guests. Curacao, they've surpassed their 600,000 plus. That's from January to October. Trinidad, from January to October, they would have seen 308,991 overnight. Bonaire, 179,000. You go to St. Martin, they would have seen from January to July, they would have seen 485,080 overnight guests. Anguilla, from January to June, they would have seen 68,143 overnight guests. The BVI, from January to September, we would have seen 238,000 guests. Little BVI, the place where we are saying is so bad. You go to Antigua, 263,448, and that's from January to October. And Bermuda, you would have seen 159,452 guests from January to September. St. Lucia, you would have seen 318,668 guests. Grenada, 152,602. Mr. Speaker, I thought it was necessary to bring some context to why it's not as we are seeing doom and gloom. We are seeing numbers, we are seeing our tourism continues to thrive. And we must be appreciative of that. I mean, there's work to be done, but it's not all the doom and gloom. So we have a product to maintain. And I would have heard the Junior Minister for Tourism speak about the BVI ranking second place on the US News and World Report. That is impressive. These numbers reflect our appeal. On the airport, we are focused on the expansion of the airport. The member for the 8th, the district rep, spoke about the outline business case and getting back to the community. We would have done the redaction. The steering group is supposed to meet and then decide on moving forward with that document. While we're on the airport, years ago we had this flagship Air BVI. I'm not sure if anybody know about Air BVI or remember it. But I think now is the time for us to consider some interest in terms of getting our own flagged airline. Whether we start in the region or we go international, I think we have the ability to operate our own airline. How long ago Air BVI was in operation? Before my time? Long before. How you mean long before? So, I encourage us to have that national pride and have our own flagged airline. I know that there was question about demographic for cruise visitors. Now, we have one cruise port bringing in record numbers. And I must say, this investment was done when most of the members over there were in the government. So you invest nearly $100 million in a project, and now you're talking about we don't want this, we don't want that, and cruise tourism now is something that we're trying to run away from. Mr. Speaker, I don't mind an additional cruise fare because we have Oasis-type ships. And we have persons who want to come to the Virgin Islands. I don't mind an additional pair. At all. Because the cruise industry feeds people. Whether it's taxi operators, tour operators, ferry operators. You have the beach bars, those with the beach chairs, some of the restaurants. They inject millions into our economy. That's like you telling somebody who a high net worth person, we shouldn't have Panchionito because they only want to eat by prime. No, we have some for everybody. We should not be dismissing various groups because they're not supporting a certain or fraternizing a certain area. We should be able to have diversity. You got people who rely on this industry, send children to college, build homes. But because they come in and they probably don't fraternize a certain place or they don't do this, you got to be able to diversify. You have to have an offering for these people. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I just want to again state that as 2026 is soon here, we have some things that we want to celebrate. You know, we just commissioned the Anegada solar farm. That's a major accomplishment. And again, to the Junior Minister for Tourism, Anegada should be a renewable retreat. I like that. It sounds good. Remember for the night, what do you think? We have the STEP initiative. If you don't want BVIEC to put the solar system on your building, this government have given you the opportunity to import it yourself. Free duty on anything renewable for the next 5 years. Utilize it, cars, solar system, take advantage of it. And while we're on energy, this December, light up. We are paying 100% of your fuel surcharge. This government is giving that back to you so you could light up. Light up. You know, I just want to, I see the speaker showing me his clock, so I know my time is up, or up and up. But I just want to mention that TRC, we are also amending our legislation as well. One of the most critical things there, we'll see number portability, where you'll be able to change your carrier if you want to and maintain your number. You know, I move on to my neighbors in the 5th District. I just want to state that, you know, we have quite some things happening within our community as well. The Minister for Education spoke about Althea Scatliff. We celebrate Eslyn Henley. We look forward to some activity by the Sugar Works Museum. We'll also be creating a nature trail of Great Mountain. We'll be collaborate with the Ministry of Trade for the Entrepreneurial Incubation Program. We're encouraging persons there. And I just want to acknowledge the upgrade we've done in the community, where we are seeing quite a lot of activities there at the basketball court there in Huntumscott. It's created a positive environment, and we need more communities to do the same thing. For the Christmas season, I say season's greetings to all. I encourage persons to come out and support the Business Expo at the sports complex on Saturday. We celebrate our small businesses, so if there's any last minute item that you want to pick up, stop by the sports complex, where we'll have a variety of businesses there displaying the items. We also invite you to Parade of Lights on Monday. We will be caroling to the district, We'll be giving away toys. We'll also be giving $1,000 for the best dressed up, lit up vehicle. A $3,000, just go and buy some lights and join our parade of lights on Monday. And I just want to again say, Premier, you know, we support you. We support you with this budget, and we look forward to a prosperous 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. This House will stand in recess.
This House now resumes its sitting. At this time, I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may the words of my mouth and may the meditations of my heart be acceptable in the sight of the Most High. Madam Speaker, let me first of all state how proud I am of my team for the very mature, very detailed, and very progressive contributions to this debate on the 2026 budget estimates. Madam Speaker, we also had some good contributions from some members on the opposition that we welcome. We also have some things that were brought up by some of the opposition members that I will have to respond to. But, Madam Speaker, I am greatly pleased with the contributions that members of the government made. Madam Speaker, we have a 562 million plus budget. It increased a bit from the budget that I presented sometime in November. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'll just read a very short statement detailing the changes which were made between Draft A and Draft B. Madam Speaker, the 2026 budget continues to prioritize accelerated and sustainable growth in alignment with the National Sustainable Development Plan. On the 6th November, I delivered the 2026 budget address in this Honorable House under the theme Pillars of Progress, Building a Sustainable Nation, which presented Draft A of the budget. Following my address, the House recessed to allow the Standing Finance Committee the opportunity to review the draft budget and meet with the various ministries, departments, and statutory bodies to get a better understanding on what was presented in the Draft A of the budget. Madam Speaker, the Standing Finance Committee's deliberations have concluded and the representations have been reflected in Draft B of the 2026 budget, based on the availability of funds and the need to prioritize urgent and critical programs. Madam Speaker, Draft B necessitated a net increase of $12.28 million in recurrent expenditure, which is primarily driven by the need to strengthen national security through supporting the programs of law enforcement agencies. This accounts for 4.21 million, or 34.28% of the total increase in recurrent expenditure. Madam Speaker, let me say a little bit more about this increase before I continue with the statement. Madam Speaker, some of the increases that we saw in Draft B were funded from the reserve. Some of them were funded from the reserve. And this is because, Madam Speaker, when we went to the United Kingdom for the Joint Ministerial Council, and we had our bilateral engagement with Minister Doughty, Minister of the Overseas Territories. Part of what we negotiated was for relaxation, which we are hoping can be reviewed in a few years. A relaxation of about 5% of the liquidity requirement. We have a liquidity requirement of 25% of recurrent expenditure. We negotiated with the United Kingdom to reduce that to 20% temporarily for a number of years. And this was to facilitate some key investments in a number of areas. We're sitting down on liquidity while we have a number of critical areas that we need to invest in. And part of my argument, Madam Speaker, was, of course, we want to establish this airport runway extension, which would facilitate a boom in our economy and the growth of our economy that can help to generate revenues over some time while we get through a difficult period following Hurricanes Irma and Maria, following the pandemic, following all the governance reforms we've had to finance, following the reforms we've had to finance now in the FATF mutual evaluation, and now with our law enforcement and the investment that we have to make in law enforcement. Madam Speaker, this increase in the funding from Draft A to Draft B will support vital staffing needs across agencies, including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, reaffirming the government's commitment to meeting the mutual evaluation recommendations. Funding will also be allocated to provide essential resources, such as specialized training in maritime search planning, cyber security and equipment, including radios, IT equipment, forensic kits for the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, and material to support rehabilitation programs at His Majesty's Prison. Additional support is directed toward the Immigration Department and His Majesty's Custom to combat illegal migration and enhance intelligence and data capabilities. We've made a massive investment, Madam Speaker, in our law enforcement agencies, inclusive of customs and immigration. Madam Speaker, the increase in recurrent expenditure further supports key statutory bodies and their strategic initiatives. Allocations include $600,000 for H. Lavity-Stowe Community College to support the maintenance of its accreditation, $1,190,000 for the BVI Airport Authority to facilitate operational enhancements, and $490,000 for the Financial Investigation Agency to strengthen staffing and support capacity, another one of our law enforcement agencies. Madam Speaker, additions of net $1,270,000 are provided for financial services related initiatives. Of this amount, $430,000 is earmarked for the Entrepreneurship Incubation Program that Honorable Reimer just referred to establish a satellite program under the National Business Bureau. This initiative will be implemented across multiple districts to stimulate economic activity and cultivate a diverse and innovative business ecosystem across various sectors. The funds will support the recurrent rated program, as well as stipends for board committees, and I must say about the funding going towards the rated program. It's in line with a strategy to invest in people, invest in the unemployed, and help to mitigate against crime. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education's budget includes $250,000 to implement youth intervention programs in communities aimed at supporting at-risk youth and mentoring students following the anti-crime summit. Establishing these programs represents an investment in reducing crime in the youth population. Additionally, funding has been allocated for hiring of more program officers to support these and similar initiatives. Furthermore, $140,000 is set aside for development territory. Of net for the Ministry of Tourism to support annual events such as the Fungi Fest, Tourism Summit, and sponsorship. These grants will be an investment in tourism-related programs. Madam Speaker, there was also an increase in capital expenditure of $7,280,000, including $2,030,000 for vehicles, $960,000 for software, and $1,210,000 for cameras, radios, and other surveillance equipment for the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. The capital increase also funds repairs to the police stations in Road Town, Eastern, and Virgin Gorda. $630,000 is allocated to upgrade the prison fence, improving security at the compound. Madam Speaker, additional funding will further enable the acquisition of software for the House of Assembly and support further enhancements to the government's tax software. Funding of $610,000 is included to finalize office relocation and configuration expenses for the Department of Information and Public Relations, Immigration, and the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sustainable Development. Madam Speaker, the update from Draft A to Draft B of the 2026 budget resulted in an overall recurrent expenditure of $454,550,000. Fund contributions of $7,550,000, principal repayments of $20,810,000, and capital expenditure of $87,250,000. These expenditures will be financed by $447,670,000 from recurrent revenues, $30,260,000 in transfers from the reserve fund, $26,690,000 from the consolidated fund, $44,640,000 from the CIBC $100 million loan facility, $14 million, $770,000 from the development fund, $1,100,000 from the Transportation Network Improvement Fund, and $4,660,000 from the CDB Rehabilitation Reconstruction Loan, and $370,000 from the Miscellaneous Purpose Fund. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Financial Secretary and his team at the Ministry of Finance for the incredible work they have done to collate the requests made during the Standing Finance Committee deliberations and enabling the presentation of this balanced budget. Madam Speaker, I also want to express my deep appreciation to the staff of the House of Assembly, who did an excellent job, in my estimation, in compiling the report, Standing Finance report, with the assistance of technology, and also for just presiding over the Standing Finance deliberations. Madam Speaker, it's important for me to correct a misconception caused by statements made in this House of Assembly as it pertains to the length of the Standing Finance report traditionally. There was somewhat of a misleading representation where 2024, the Standing Finance Committee report was 616 pages, compared to 2026, which is 369 pages. But when you look at the broader years for the Standing Finance Committee, the 369 pages in 2026 is in line with the other years. And 2024 and 2025 were outliers. And this is because of the type of technology which was being used in 2024 and 2025. So for example, in 2020, Standing Finance Committee report was 303 pages. So in 2026, the report is longer than that, by over 60 pages. In 2021, Standing Committee report was 308. In 2022, it was 450 pages. 2023, it was 349 pages. So 2024 and 2025 were outliers. So certainly I think it's unfair to make it seem as though this 2026 report is more condensed than other reports in the past. And again, I want to commend the speaker, and I want to commend the clerk, the deputy clerk, and the entire team for the hard work they did during the Standing Finance deliberations and compiling the report. Madam Speaker, now that I have established the changes from draft A to draft B, and I've gone through some of the preliminaries, including thanking Finance and the House of Assembly staff, and let me also thank all those persons, the boards and departments and Finance presented. Thank you so much. And for those persons who, of course, were not able to see any increases based on their deliberations, I want those persons to know as well, we'll try our best to address whatever critical priorities which have not been addressed in this draft B, whether through a SAP or through identifying savings in the budget to address some of those particular issues. But a budget is always going to leave something out. You'll never be able to cover all the needs in the territory with one budget. And that's why I agree with the statement that Honorable Skelton made at large, member on the opposition, that we have to prioritize. We have to prioritize. I listened to the Ministry of Education, and they spoke about some of their year-to-year priorities that they have been addressing. So importantly, they haven't been able to address everything in 1 year. In year 1, they address a particular thing, year 2, another thing, year 3, another thing, year 4, another thing. And of course, if we do a good job, perhaps the people will determine that they'll give us some more opportunities to continue to make those investments in particular areas. Madam Speaker, let me start with the theme that we have been using throughout this process of building a sustainable nation. Let's start with the theme of building a sustainable nation. Madam Speaker, in many regards, we are at a place where we are rebuilding the territory. We went through hurricanes in 2017 that knocked us on our feet, or knocked us down on our knees, I should say. And following that, we had a pandemic that paralyzed our economy and took quite a number of lives. Then we had a governance crisis in the Virgin Islands that resulted in the formation of a unity government to address the concerns which were raised in the Commission of Inquiry report and a number of other concerns. And I really want to pay tribute to all those past governments, all those past ministers of finance, of course starting with the first one and my grandfather, Willard Wheatley. I want to pay tribute also to the Minister of Finance that we have, past Minister of Finance we have present here, the Honorable Ronnie Skelton, all those persons who've helped to push us to where we are today. And despite the picture that some persons want to paint of the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands have made commendable steps, commendable progress over the years. We had an article published in The Guardian newspaper, The Guardian out of the United Kingdom. And publications like The Guardian should be ashamed of themselves, in my view. Ashamed of themselves. We came out of enslavement. We are a slave colony of the United Kingdom. And with very little assistance from the United Kingdom or anyone else, we pulled up ourselves out of poverty, out of these oppressive conditions that many of our elders and ancestors had to live through. And we have become a success story in the world. The Virgin Islands is a success story. We've built an economy based on the twin pillars of financial services and tourism. And places like the Guardian newspaper want to present an image of us which is very different from our reality. And we have to push back against that image. We have done a lot to get ourselves here, and it doesn't deserve to be just characterized in this way, in this dismissive, demeaning way. But we will be honest, Madam Speaker, despite the progress that we've made over the years, we have some challenges. And let me commend the members of this administration for the very mature debate that they gave. And we were honest. We were honest about the fact that we have challenges that need to be addressed in the territory. But we are also very much committed to solving the challenges that we face. So the territory is never as bad as some people make it look, and it's not going to be as good as some people will make it look. But what we have to do as committed Virgin Islanders is to commit to building the nation, not calling down the nation, not just criticizing the nation. Commit ourselves to building the nation. As the at-large representative over on the opposition side said, Honorable Mata, committing ourselves to doing the work. So we've met challenges here. These challenges are not challenges that we brought with us. We met them here, all of these challenges. And our mission is to be able to solve those challenges. And we met quite a number of challenges here, and I described them to you already. Hurricanes, pandemics, governance crisis, etc. And following these crises, we put together a plan plan, sustainable development plan. We're often told that we don't have a plan, but it's not true. For the first time in the history of the Virgin Islands, we have produced a national sustainable development plan tied to the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. And we've been using the metaphor of building a sustainable nation. And when you're starting to build, you have to start with a plan. And the people of the Virgin Islands chose this government in 2023 to be the construction team to construct this new Virgin Islands, this sustainable nation that we are seeking to build. And this budget is the means of financing that plan. Just like when persons go to the bank when they're building to get financing to finance their plans, we have come to this House of Assembly to pass a budget that will finance our plans over the year of 2026. Now, to be able to finance these plans, of course, we need revenue. And let me just start speaking about revenue, Madam Speaker. Let me start with the member for the 8th District who spoke about the fact that the revenue jumped between $1 and $2 million between Budget A and Budget B. And that'll be the first thing that I explain. Madam Speaker, when we went from Budget A to Budget B, new information was included as it pertains to derelict vessel, the derelict fees, the new derelict fees which have been introduced, and also the immigration fees, Madam Speaker, resulted in increased revenue. So I'll explain that. I'll also explain, Madam Speaker, what a number of persons in the opposition referred to in terms of what they saw as a deficit between recurrent revenue and recurrent expenditure. Madam Speaker, one thing that needs to be understood is that when we go through any year and we engage in spending on a number of initiatives, often, and this isn't just this government, or this isn't just the last few years, but rarely will you spend every dollar in the budget. For whatever particular reason, whatever particular purpose, you may not spend all the money in one given year, and you have to engage in those projects, if you have to engage in those initiatives the following year. So what has been happening in the Virgin Islands is, if we project that we will not spend, let's just say $20 million in 2025, some of that money will be budgeted in 2026. When we get through the year and it's not spent, it will just be in the consolidated fund. It will be money that has been collected, whether through financial services or through any other particular means, and it will just be in the consolidated fund. And we would have budgeted some of that money in 2026. So in 2026 budget, it will not be seen as revenue, but it was revenue from the previous year. It will not be seen as revenue. It will come from the consolidated fund. And so you'll see a certain amount of money that comes from our funds in 2026. So I wouldn't necessarily be so alarmed by that, Madam Speaker. But of course, we know that we have to increase our revenue. That is something that we have to do, Madam Speaker. And we have been increasing our revenue. We have record revenue this year. Madam Speaker, I'll just speak about one area where we were successful where we were able to raise additional revenue. And that has to do with the charter yacht industry. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'll just read a little bit on our performance thus far in 24-25 on our charter yacht industry, particularly as it pertains to commercial recreational vessel licenses. Madam Speaker, the vessel licensing program delivered a substantial improvement in non-tax revenue during the 2024-2025 licensing period. Total revenue increased from $848,480 in 2023 to 2024 to $2,800,640 in 24-25. This represents an increase of $1,952,160, or 30.1% year-on-year increase. Madam Speaker, that's just about close to $2 million, and we're not finished counting because we are still processing licenses at this stage, Madam Speaker. Over the same period, the number of licensed vessels increased from 1,517 to 2,329, an increase of 812 vessels, or 53.5% increase. Revenue growth significantly outpaced volume growth, confirming that the increase is driven primarily by higher value licenses and revised fee structures, rather than volume alone. Madam Speaker, we can say that in the charter yacht industry, we are taking our approach of quality over quantity by increasing the fees. And this is the same approach that we took when it comes to our incorporation fees and financial services. And you see that we've had record revenues in financial services since we made those increases. I'll speak a little bit more about charter yacht in a bit when I focus a little bit on tourism, Madam Speaker. But I'm just saying that we have been making efforts to increase our revenues, and we have been increasing our revenues, though we recognize that more needs to be done. Just to paint a picture, Madam Speaker, as it pertains to the collection of payroll taxes, I'm going to give you some of the top figures over the past 10 years, which are really record numbers. So the most payroll taxes we've ever collected was in 2023. That's not counting this year. We'll see how we do by the end of this year. In 2023, we had $62,669,252 in payroll tax. The next highest figure in our history, Madam Speaker, is 2024, where we had close to 59 million in payroll taxes. The next highest figure in the history of the Virgin Islands was in 2022. So in the past 3 years, we've had our highest performing numbers in payroll tax. Madam Speaker, when you look at hotel accommodation tax, it paints a similar picture. The highest amount of money for hotel accommodation tax happened in 2024, $8,773,514. The second highest numbers are in 2022 with $6,702,479. And the third most was in 2023, $6,597,720. Madam Speaker, when you look at import duties, the highest figure in history was in 2024, $50,219,649. Second highest in history was 2023, with $47,594,644. Third highest was back in 2019, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is when you look at the numbers, our economy is growing. When you look at the numbers, and I caution persons, Madam Speaker, to just listen to some of the anecdotal kind of evidence that persons are given when they want to say that the economy is not doing well. The actual data states that the economy is doing well. We have challenges, global challenges with things like inflation, and we have other internal challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands. Unemployment due to primarily a skills gap, etc. And even an unemployment problem that we have, Madam Speaker, is not as bad as some persons make the unemployment problem. But we are doing well as it pertains to our revenues. And in 2026, when we pass a good standing policy, perhaps supported by some legislative amendments, we will collect more taxes from some persons who generally are delinquent on their taxes. Madam Speaker, let me say a little bit more about our economy. Madam Speaker, I'm blessed to have a strong team supporting the building of this sustainable nation. One of the persons on the team, Madam Speaker, is Honorable Lorna Smith, who is overseeing the Financial Services Ministry and Trade. Madam Speaker, I want to salute and commend Honorable Smith, who we gave an award this year for her diplomatic service as a pioneer in diplomacy in the Virgin Islands. Well deserved. Madam Speaker, Honorable Smith out of any politician in history, with perhaps an argument to be made for persons like Cyril Romney and other persons like that. One of the most experienced as it pertains to involvement in financial services. Madam Speaker, it's the truth. And we must tell the truth. Madam Speaker, some persons try to use the situation with the Bank of Asia failing to try to bury Honorable Smith. And they thought she was finished with this Bank of Asia story, Madam Speaker. And I would say that they use their proxies to go online and blog and try to damage her credibility and her reputation. Madam Speaker, I'm here to say that those persons have failed. They have failed. The Bank of Asia situation is being dealt with in a responsible way. And by the time that story is done, that will turn from the situation where it was, a bank failure, it will turn into a success story for the Virgin Islands. And as we watch the liquidation unfold and see consideration for a buyer and potential rectification of the situation with the creditors, including the government of the Virgin Islands, we will see that that situation has been handled in a responsible way. And the government made a great decision to have the Virgin Islands Deposit Insurance Corporation set up for a situation such as the Bank of Asia. And those persons who were hoping that this particular situation would sink Honorable Smith have been disappointed in their futile attempts. And Honorable Smith is the best person to be able to provide oversight and supervision of this industry among the political class. And with Honorable Smith's leadership, we have been able to avoid a situation, Madam Speaker, where we could have had fully public registers imposed on us in 2023. And together, she and I were able to go to the United Kingdom, London, and be able to negotiate on behalf of the industry, on behalf of the Virgin Islands, and avoid the catastrophic impact that would have resulted with fully open registers which were not a global standard and would have damaged our industry, which is something that we consulted on and we got that information. That information exists. I also have to recognize the Attorney General, who used to work at the Financial Services Commission and has been prepared for a time such as this, along with Honorable Smith and other key stakeholders working on the remediation of the mutual evaluation report. And the great news that that we have achieved compliance with all 40 recommendations of the FATF. Those things show that from a government perspective, a supervisory perspective, our financial services industry is in good hands. It's in good hands. And it continues to demonstrate great resilience and to bring in the revenues necessary to be able to support the building of this sustainable nation. Honorable Smith has done a very good job. Madam Speaker, let me go to tourism. Madam Speaker, let me say that the Virgin Islands has one of the greatest tourism products in the world. One of the greatest tourism products in the world. Let me say it's hurtful to me as a proud Virgin Islander to constantly hear the Virgin Islands called down. Madam Speaker, there's a way for us to express ourselves in terms of the improvements that need to be made in the Virgin Islands without calling us down and making us feel demeaned and worthless and valueless. Madam Speaker, just yesterday, I saw that one of these publications listed the Virgin Islands as the second best place to visit in the Caribbean in 2026. Our tourism product is a fabulous product. And this whole concept that the Virgin Islands is being left behind is nothing more than a fallacy. In the portfolio, Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands is privileged to have Honorable Luthard Smith walking in the particular area. And she's someone who's walked at the tourist board. And she's a former director of culture. And at a time when we are seeking, Madam Speaker, to diversify our tourism product and to provide more linkages between our cultural creative industries and our tourism product, Honorable Hart Smith is right on time. And perhaps the most appropriate person I can think of to be able to oversee that particular diversification and transformation of the tourism product. And again, she's done a good job. Tourism, of course, is a big area. And I've mentioned the improvements we've made on commercial recreational vessel licenses and the charter boat industry. I went down to Nanny Key. The Charter Yacht Society had their event, and they had a record number of boats. And they have a record number of charter boats which have decided to base operations in the Virgin Islands. And that is a success story, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me speak a little bit about what's happening in tourism. Madam Speaker, the government of Orlando Smith did a great job between 2003 and 2007 in stimulating investment. We had at that time, I believe, Scrub Island that came forward. And Scrub Island development is one of the jewels of our tourism product today. Since then, we haven't had much hotel investment. And of course, we had Quito's. I believe, I'm not quite sure the year Quito's, but that would have been sometime in Dr. Smith's administration again between 2011 and 2019. And that is good. That was good. But we recognize that we need more investment in hotels in the Virgin Islands. We need to be able to attract more investment. One of the keys to attracting investment in the hotel space, Madam Speaker, is extending the airport runway. We have great airlift right now, given the size of our runway. And the Minister of Communications and Works is to be commended for negotiating for American Eagle, American Airlines, to have direct flights from Miami to the BVI. First time in our history at a major commercial airline, American, coming here. And the news that we're going to have a late night flight and an early morning flight is excellent news for our tourism product. And the various businesses that we have here, every time that I've spoken to them, they've mentioned to me how pleased they are with that direct flight from Miami. And that has facilitated a great deal of growth in our tourism product. Just imagine, Madam Speaker, when we extend that runway and we are able to get flights to New York, flights to Boston, flights to North Carolina, flights to Atlanta. It is going to revolutionize our tourism product. And with that will come great interest in investment in the territory. Madam Speaker, in 2026, we will break ground on a Prospect Reef. We will break ground on Prospect Reef. We already broke ground on Nanny Key's $40 million expansion. Madam Speaker, we hope to see Norman Island get going. We hope to see Joma Properties get going. Madam Speaker, in 2026, we hope to see the sale of Beef Island finalized, and there's great interest in development in Beef Island. And of course, Wyndham at Landport continues their expansion. You have Oil Nut Bay, they're continuing their expansion. We have Byrus Creek, they are continuing their rebuilding efforts and expansion. Of course, we have Bitter End. We have Mosquito Island. I was at Mosquito the other day, and with a big group came in Mosquito Island, and we have investors over there who are building little small hotels over in Mosquito Island. And the product that we have in tourism is booming, Madam Speaker. It's booming. And every time I speak to somebody about the BVI, and I'm talking about persons who've been all over the world, I'm talking about persons who are billionaires, millionaires and billionaires. And they can choose to go anywhere in the world. They can't get enough of the BVI. And I continue to see a gulf between how we see ourselves and how others see us. There's some persons who cannot get enough of the BVI. And whenever I speak to them, all they do is they rave about how much they love the place. But yet, we have some of us in this very house calling the BVI down. Not showing any pride in the BVI. And it's extremely disappointing to me. Now, do we have challenges in terms of our whole investment infrastructure? Yes, we do. This is why I'm very much looking forward to coming back to this House with the Investment Act, which Honorable Smith and the Economic and Fiscal Advisory Council is taking a look at that legislation and making sure it's fit for purpose, and that we're in discussions about an investment promotion agency that will assist us in shepherding development here in the Virgin Islands, promoting it, attracting it, and facilitating it taking place. And of course, we'll speak more about that investment promotion agency, especially as we come back to the House with the legislation to make those adjustments. Madam Speaker, let me speak about our performance in overnight, in cruise, and in day trippers. Madam Speaker, in 2024, we had a record number of arrivals in day trippers. Madam Speaker, we had a record number of arrivals in day trippers, and in 2025, we were up significantly from where we were in 2024. Let me see if I can pull up the numbers for you, Madam Speaker. I have them right here. Madam Speaker, we had a record number of arrivals in 2024 for day trippers. Just bear with me as I pull it up. And Madam Speaker, between January and September, of 2025, we were up on day trippers by 54.5%. I'm not sure if persons understand what it is I just stated, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2024, we had a record number of day trippers. And in 2025, through 3 quarters, we were up 54%, close to 55%. That's good news for the Virgin Islands. That means we are doing well, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as it pertains to overnight visitors, which we want to increase our overnight visitor numbers. In 2024, we had over 300,000 overnight visitors for the first time since the hurricanes, Madam Speaker. For the first time since the hurricanes, we had over 300,000 overnight guests. And Madam Speaker, it is often being said that we're being left behind. And some persons may believe that we are not among the leaders in overnight guests. But in the OECS, Madam Speaker, we are among the leaders in overnight guests. You'll have places like St. Martin, who will have more. St. Lucia will have more. Some of those French countries, Guadeloupe and Martinique, they'll have more. But besides that, it's the BVI in terms of our overnight guests. And persons paint a misleading picture as that we are so much far behind everyone else, when in fact we are ahead of many other countries. Madam Speaker, let's talk about cruise ships. When it comes to cruise, Madam Speaker, in 2024 we had a record year. Through 3 quarters in 2025, we were up in cruise 7.2%, meaning that we are going to see another record-breaking year this year for cruise. And I should say as well, Madam Speaker, for overnight through 3 quarters, we're up last year 2.1%. But cruise passengers often seek to return to the BVI as overnight guests. The cruise is an excellent way to introduce persons to the Virgin Islands. And when they experience the beauty of the Virgin Islands, they often come back as overnight guests. Madam Speaker, let's talk about Uber Soca. Let's talk about the Uber Soca cruise, and let's talk about demographics, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there's the view in this territory that we should go after a particular demographic alone and no other demographic, Madam Speaker. And when persons see some of the activities that I've been supporting, they're very much against it because it goes against this whole notion that you are only focusing on this particular demographic. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I am opposed to this whole concept that we should just focus on one demographic in the Virgin Islands. I believe we have to diversify the markets that we go for. Because when you diversify, you give persons who may not traditionally have opportunities. And I'll just give a few examples, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Uber Soca cruise came to the Virgin Islands. And I was there on the grounds behind the admin building. And I saw some vendors there who, the persons who came from the cruise ship were spending so much money that every single vendor there ran out of things. They ran out. They could not satisfy the demand. You had people like Chappie there. And, Madam Speaker, there's a certain type of business who is not going to be able to make money off of anybody going to Mosquito Island. They're not going to be able to make any money off anybody going to Necker Island. They're not going to be able to make any money off anybody going to Belmont or to Oil Nut Bay. So it's important that everyone in the Virgin Islands has the opportunity to get a tourist dollar. And that will be done in different ways for different people. Madam Speaker, I even saw the pub advertising at the Uva Soca. And it says to me, and I don't want to make any problems in terms of the ownership of the pub, and I'm not interested in, getting involved in that, but I was very happy when I saw that even the pub saw the opportunity that came with the Uber Soca. And if the pub could see it, why can't the rest of us see it? Madam Speaker. The Uber Soca cruise, we are being told the wrong demographic. But it reminds me of the feeling I used to have when sometimes you would go into a restaurant and some of the waitresses and waiters walk right past you because they figure, well, why should I waste time with you? Let me run to the more lighter skinned people. We have persons who go on the Uber Soca cruise. My family members are one of them. I have two sisters who don't miss a Uber Soca cruise. And these are professionals. And they go and they spend their money in other people's economies. And you are telling me that their money is no good in the Virgin Islands? Why is it that we are taking this discriminatory attitude towards a certain type of traveler? We have a so-called off-season, or slow season.
Madam Speaker, I take offense to the Premier saying we.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the member. Let me clarify. I heard specifically from the leader of the opposition that the Uber Soca cruise person is the wrong demographic for the Virgin Islands. So I'm trying to figure out what makes them the wrong demographic. Because these persons came with money to spend. And quite a number of them are persons who are professional people from different places, including the United States. Because we said that we targeting persons from the United States. How we don't know that they didn't come from the United States? A lot of those Caribbean nationals who live in the United States came on the Uber Soca cruise. And we should build a tourism product, Madam Speaker, that welcomes everyone. You give everybody your best when they come. You welcome them. But this whole concept that your tourists must only look a particular way or listen to a certain type of music, in my view, is discriminatory. And it doesn't serve us well. And the cruise passenger, Madam Speaker, you have persons on the beach at Long Bay. They have the opportunity to make some money. You have persons on King Garden Bay. They have the opportunity to make some money. You have persons who are at Crafts Alive, or who, you have somebody like Seth Graham, who has built a whole business around cruise passengers. And others who have built businesses around the cruise passengers. And we, as Honorable Reimer stated, make it seem as though we are we are negative, very negative towards cruise, even after investing so much in cruise facilities. Madam Speaker, I would say from a tourism standpoint, we will continue to build a tourism product that will benefit a wide cross-section of people in the Virgin Islands, while not degrading our product. And I'm pleased that in 2026, that we've made a commitment, Madam Speaker, to things like the Brandywine Bay project. And we are going to be also working on the harbor project, Fatags Bay Eastern Harbor project. These projects will help us to diversify the places where the cruise passengers are able to go. Madam Speaker, let me move along. Madam Speaker, you know, a lot was said about agriculture. And let me just speak about the fact that we have some relief coming as it pertains to agriculture. Person spoke about the water challenge. We're building a reservoir, and that reservoir should really get going in 2026 to provide water to the farmers in Paraquita Bay. We spoke about making land accessible. We are buying more land. In places like Sage Mountain, money is in the budget to purchase some land in Sage Mountain for agricultural purposes, Madam Speaker. And of course, we expect that we'll complete the subdivisions and fencing in places like Long Bay and Virgin Gorda and the 40 acres of land that we have there in Anegada. We're going to be developing a complex, a food complex in Paraquita Bay. This first phase of the project will focus on a new abattoir, but will be followed by a complex that will deal with value-added products and the processing of fruits and vegetables. We are making huge investments as it pertains to fishing. We have $400,000 in this budget here to develop a fishing complex at the Omar Hajj Fisherman's Wharf. And that is a huge investment. And of course, we're looking at the former Andy Chateau in Virgin Gorda as a place where we can fix up a dock and a landing site for the fishermen there. So things are happening in that particular area. Madam Speaker, let me go on to speak about infrastructure. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me just say, Madam Speaker, that of course we have challenges in our infrastructure. I praised my junior ministers. Let me praise my Minister for Infrastructure, Honorable Kai Reimer. The members, or some members of the opposition, bemoaned the state of the infrastructure. But Madam Speaker, the infrastructure is not going to be able to be fixed overnight. And up until this point, we faced a great deal of underinvestment in infrastructure. And then that was exacerbated by the hurricanes. Now, Madam Speaker, we've gotten a $100 million loan, and we've seen major progress as it pertains to investment in infrastructure. And the key signature project, I would say, for 2026 is going to be that road contract for walks between, the asphalting between the ferry in West End, Soper's Hole, and the ferry dock at Soper's Hole, and then West End. West End. Yeah, West End, and then you have to Road Town. I believe that's somewhere around in the region of $14 million, and that's a major investment in roads, Madam Speaker. So I would just say to all the persons who are not pleased with the state of the roads, that help is on the way. The investment has been made, Madam Speaker, and it's just for us to allow the works to be executed, and we will see improvement in the roads. On the east, I have to acknowledge the Minister for Communications and Works. I have to acknowledge him because, of course, you know, we had major asphalting from Brandywine Bay straight down to Fattag's Bay. Fish Bay, we of course did the road in Fish Bay that is holding up pretty well over a number of years now. And we have the road works taking place at Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek. We know it's taken a long time, but when it will be done, it will be done. And then the roads that we'll be driving on will be much smoother. So we are making the investments. We have some major works taking place right now in Nottingham Estate that's taking place. And major works happening all over the Virgin Islands. So persons, just give us a little bit more of your patience. And of course in 2026, we have $13 million, Honorable Reimer, budgeted, which is a lot more than we've had in a number of years, or ever. And that is going to make a significant impact on the roads. Sewage. You know, of course, we have King Garden Bay, we have the works that we've done, Board Point, etc. But I have to focus on what's happening in the 7th and the 8th district. And we've been talking about sewage for quite a long time, Madam Speaker, for decades and decades. And the Minister of Communications and Works is making tremendous progress. We had the pumping station, which I believe we're getting ready to commission. Very soon we'll be commissioning the treatment plant in Paraquita Bay. We've got all the connections going. We just had some major works, contract signed for works in Parham Town to Long Swamp, I believe. And we are on the move as it pertains to sewage. And this will be an accomplishment that we'll be able to say that we were able to deliver on that many before have not been able to deliver on. And I believe Minister of Communications and Works needs to be commended for that. Persons are complaining about the water, and the water is going to be solved. You know, it's going to be solved. You have the HDPE pipes, because, you know, we've had leaky pipes over a number of years. One area bursts, you repair it, another area bursts. The pressure management, you know, a lot of the pressure management infrastructure was in disrepair. Minister is repairing that. We're putting some attention into repairing the leaky reservoirs. When all of that work is done, Madam Speaker, we will see improvement in the water infrastructure. And we've been speaking about, and I'm very supportive of the Minister in certain key areas in improving water production, as opposed to having one plant supplying all the needs of these various areas, increase the water production. Madam Speaker, let me move from infrastructure, even though there's more I could say about infrastructure. I trust the Minister of Communications and Works in the area of infrastructure. And the Virgin Islands will see improved infrastructure under his leadership. Let me go to health, Madam Speaker. Let me go to health. Madam Speaker, in the area of health and social development, we are doing, let's start with social development. We are taking the necessary steps that need to be taken to invest in people and to mitigate against their vulnerabilities. The leader of the opposition spoke about how hard it is in the Virgin Islands and persons going through a tough time. Madam Speaker, we don't doubt that persons are going through a tough time. We see it ourselves. We are district representatives, at-large representatives. We know that persons are having a tough time. We have something called inflation taking place. And persons who have other troubles and other challenges. But it's what you're going to do about it. So I want to acknowledge the Minister of Health for raising the grants at social development to the highest point it's ever been. The highest point it's ever been. And in addition to that, we have given the biggest increase to salaries in the public service in the history of the Virgin Islands. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, we have risen minimum wage to the highest level it's ever been in the Virgin Islands. And in this budget right now, we have increased the payments to pensioners to the highest point it has ever been. And Madam Speaker, we are not finished as yet. We are not finished. We have more work to do in that particular area because we have public officers, particularly those in the middle of the scale. We have to be able to finance them moving off of step one and going and being properly placed on their scale. And that is work that we're committed to doing. Some public officers got some of their increments. I think last pay period they got some of those increments. We expect more to get some more early in January. The end of this month as well. There'll be some payment of increments. And we're committed to paying all the increments which are owed to public officers and then financing basically the bonus system that we're introducing. So, as it pertains to health, I have to say I'm extremely pleased, Minister of Health, that we have designs for Greenland Polyclinic. We have the former finance and health minister over there who was pushing the concept of polyclinics. And I know he'll also be happy to know that we are moving forward with the polyclinics concept. Jas Van Dyke, West End, Greenland. Madam Speaker, important. We have persons complaining about the financing of healthcare. Importantly, Madam Speaker, we must fix the sustainable financing of healthcare. The Minister of Health has taken a major step with the alliance agreement, where the health services are going to be paid for services rendered. as opposed to a global budget. Not that alliance. But the Health Services Authority is going to charge national health insurance for services rendered as opposed to just be given a global budget. There are other major reforms we have to consider for the financing of healthcare. And there's some major discussions that we have to have Minister of Health about it, because when you see the health services come and say they need $30–40 million, no one can reasonably expect government to come up with $30–40 million. The solution has to be in the overall ecosystem of financing healthcare. Government gives some, insurance has to give some, persons have to pay some out of their pocket, etc. And that is something that in 2026 we're going to see major progress on. I have to speak about the solid waste aspect, of course, with the Minister of Health. Persons complain about the state of affairs in terms of how the place looks. We're getting a new site for the derelicts, and the Minister of Health is coming with his own version of what Calvin Malone, God rest his soul, used to say is the war on derelicts. So we're going to come forward with a war on derelicts, and we're going to get the derelicts off the road. But there's also, when Town and Country Planning came to stand in finance, we had a discussion about implementing some standards across communities that we have to implement, and I want to see us move very swiftly on that. Let me go quickly because let's see if I can wrap up in the next 10 minutes. To education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sometimes I find it disrespectful to talk about who's the greatest this or greatest that. I used to hear persons praising a particular individual as being the greatest education minister. And I found it offensive because you have people who are like Lavity Stout, who was an education minister and did comprehensive education and built all of these schools all over the place. And then you had my grandfather, who was a famous headmaster, who was a minister of education. But let me say about this minister of education here, has the opportunity to really carve out a legacy for herself and follow in the footsteps of people like Lavity Stout, and people like Willard Wheatley and Ralph O'Neill and all of those persons who are education ministers. She has that opportunity because you have the Minister of Education who, one of her first acts in becoming Minister of Education was finishing those new buildings at Elmo Stout, which I would love for us to name Honorable Minister. I remember when we used to call that building over there the L-shaped building. And we named that after the Ella Dorothy Turnbull. And that was a feeling of great pride to see that building name. And to follow that, we're building the Eslyn Henley Richelieu Learning Center, which is just point blank one of the best schools I've ever seen. You know, I had the opportunity to go to the United Kingdom to their best special needs school. The consultant who worked on that school also worked on this school here in the Virgin Islands, and it's top class. It's on the same level of quality, it's just a smaller scale. All the same amenities that in the United Kingdom in that special needs school exist at Eslyn Henley Richelieu Learning Center. And then to come to build Altair Scatliff based on what it is I've seen there, and then all of the improvements that have been made to the school infrastructure, including on Francis Lettsam, which I'm very, very much happy about. And that's just talking about infrastructure. You heard the very detailed report that the Minister of Education gave on the state of education in the territory. And education is in good hands. education is in good hands, and as long as Honorable Shari De Castro is a minister, we're going to continue to make strides in education and make our education system one of the top in the region. Yeah, I believe that very much so. Let me just speak a little bit about the Deputy Premier. And the Deputy Premier has some important portfolios. Of course, you would see that we are launching the Climate Change Trust Fund soon. And that it deserves to be spoken about here because we were just over there in Anigada and we were doing the renewable energy, the solar farm that we have over there, which is powering Anigada's needs. The at-large member, Minister for Financial Services, said that we need to push it up to 24 hours a day. I'm committed to that. If we could get some more battery storage, I'm committed to that. But the Climate Change Trust Fund, we already have people asking them for money. And it's an important portfolio in terms of the environment. And that Climate Change Trust Fund is a big one. It's a huge one. I want to commend the member for the work that he's doing on the beaches and thank him for the support he's provided me for Brandywine Bay Beach and for Long Bay Beach on the east, of course. For the land, for the purchase of the land, of course, we just got some land up the Hannah Hill. We're getting some land Sage Mountain. And we have a lot other more land acquisitions. Plan Bellamy Key was brought up, of course, on behalf of government to aid us in the airport development. And we have the other areas of the portfolio, town and country planning, and the rest of it. I should also say 2026 stamp duty is estimated at $20 million, which if we're able to collect that would be the highest stamp duty in the history of the Virgin Islands. And we have some big sales coming up. The real big one is the Norman Island one that we hope we can see that through. But what I really have to say about the Deputy Premier really has very little to do with his portfolio. And it has more to do with not even just his years of experience being here in the House, but what has been very moving to me is the fact that the Deputy Premier was in the opposition. And he saw a young leader and he saw a young government. And he could have been like some of the others and just decide to tear down. Because, you know, let's be real about it. There are some who have been dreaming about the premier seat. They want to know how it feels. I could tell you it's a hot seat. The seat is hot. And it's sometimes very uncomfortable. But nonetheless, they have been dreaming about it. And so they don't care what they have to say, what facts they have to manipulate. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, I close it now. I commit myself to the truth. I commit myself to the truth, Madam Speaker. I sit down in this house and I hear persons, something is 200,000 or 220,000 and they call it 300,000. Something is 500,000, they call it 750,000. Some persons might call that good politics. I call that bad leadership. Persons need to understand that you have to be truthful with the public, and you have to give them accurate information. And you cannot omit and manipulate and stretch where it's convenient to create a perception. That's not good leadership. So we must tell the truth. But back to what I was saying, Madam Speaker. This gentleman saw that there was a contribution that he could make to strengthening our ability to deliver for the people of the Virgin Islands. And let me say that he has added so much to this government, and really to me. And I want to express my appreciation to him, because I don't know if I would have made it through without him. And when it comes to mentorship, it's been an excellent experience for me. And I thank God really for the opportunity to be able to learn from a great statesman. Yes, to learn from a great statesman. I want to thank the Deputy Premier for the support that he has provided. I also want to thank the Deputy Speaker. The leader of the opposition spoke about the fact that he gave up the agriculture and fisheries portfolio. But Honorable Dawson has still assisted in that particular area, and I'm grateful to him for that. And he's been a statesman as well. Yeah, he's been a statesman. He's been a good team member, and he's somebody who, this goes back to his days as my boss at the HLSCC, somebody who I can call and seek advice and bounce ideas off of, and he's also doing an excellent job as Deputy Speaker. And I believe that there are lots of great things to come in his political future. And I believe the people of the 4th District know they have a good representative in him. He has been advocated very strongly for his district, and he's been able to secure funding for his district in this budget. And we are going to execute quite a number of works in the 4th District for the benefit of the people of the 4th District. Madam Speaker, let me just close by saying this. Madam Speaker, we have a nation to build. And we cannot seek to build this nation in division. We are calling on the people of the Virgin Islands to unite with us to build this nation. Madam Speaker, some of the most progress we've seen in the Virgin Islands came with continuity. It came with continuity. Lavity Stout was elected in, I believe, 1986. And between 1986 and 1995, he did great things. And then his deputy continued up until 2003. And between 1986 and 2003, we saw tremendous progress. And that's because of continuity and strong leadership. Continuity and strong leadership. But Madam Speaker, we have not achieved the type of progress we could have achieved if we had unity over the past, I would say, 22, 23 years. We had our Virgin Islands Party administration, 2007, 2011. Very talented individuals, high performers, but disunity ended up bringing that administration to an end. Then we had, between 2011 and 2019, again, another group of high performers. But unfortunately, yes, unfortunately, I would say they invited a disruptor and a divider into their midst. And before you know it, that disunity brought that government to, that administration to an end. And you had some very high performers, including the at-large member there who's trying to run away there now. High performer. High performer. And I just want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands, you may have a disagreement here or there, you may not have liked something here or there, but if you want to see the Virgin Islands to grow and to develop, you need stability. You need stability, you need unity, you need good, strong leadership, you need cohesion. And I'm very proud of this team. This team has persons who are very intelligent, determined, persons who care about people. Let me just say that we all have our faults and our flaws. I'm full of flaws. I'm full of flaws. I'm so grateful to God for the opportunity to serve in this capacity despite my flaws. By the grace and mercies of God. And when you're in this position, it has a way of exposing all your flaws. You know, you ain't going to be able to hide any flaws in this position. It's like you're naked. But God's grace is sufficient. Sometimes I feel like David. But God's grace is sufficient. You know, whenever I hear that song by C.C. Winans, I love you, Lord. Your mercies never fail me. All my life I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head. Yeah. The grace and the mercies of God follow me. They run after me. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I'm grateful to the people of the 7th District for giving me this opportunity to serve the nation. And I know it's not easy having a district representative who has all of the responsibilities that I have. But of course, I promise the people of the 7th District that the areas that I have pledged that we would make progress on, we are well on our way in many of those areas, and we'll continue to make progress. And I'm grateful to this team for allowing me to serve in this capacity. It is certainly humbling considering how impressive a group that we have here. And Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with this group, and I look forward to working with the members of the opposition who want to do something for the Virgin Islands. Those persons who want to put politics aside and put country first. We know that the opposition has their own particular role, but it doesn't mean that we have to oppose everything. It means that we can come together in love and unity and patriotism and serve the people of the Virgin Islands. With that being said, Madam Speaker, again, I want to express my appreciation to the Ministry of Finance. They've worked hard. I'm going to advocate very strongly for honorarium for them, or special duty allowance, whatever the case may be, for the work that they've done. I believe the members of the House of Assembly deserve the same. And Madam Speaker, let's go into committee so that we can pass this budget, which is, Madam Speaker, the largest budget in the history of the Virgin Islands, by God's grace and mercies. God is good. That even with the challenges, even with our struggles, even with the areas that we haven't gotten right over the years, God has blessed us to be able to have the biggest budget in the history of the Virgin Islands. And now it is our job, Madam Speaker, it is our job to execute this budget for the good of the people of the Virgin Islands. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it, the motion is passed. I call upon the Minister of Finance.
Well, let's go. Fired up, ready to go. Talk to you. Madam Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2026.
Madam Speaker, I write a second.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the draft estimates of revenue and expenditures for the year 2026. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, the motion is passed. House is now in committee.